my friend. I am tired of this stock AK, man. But it still does the job though, right? Yes, I know. But I want to look cool, you know? Why don't you just go to Playtonia.com, man? Play what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is OLDBEAR, also known as Siddarth, Prashanth, and joining me for this deciding day is...
This is TANGENBERG, also known as Sriram, Vishaal, and as my friend just said, we are here for the finals of First Shot CSGO tournament hosted by Playtonia, and this is gonna be between both these teams. I mean, it's been quite a tournament, I would say. We started off with 84 teams, and now we are here with just 2 of them, and these 2 happen to be Executioners ID as well as Alter Ego Esports.
And Alter Ego Esports, their run from the low bracket has been quite commendable. Actually, if you see the the best of ones, you will have seen Alter Ego having this really unbeatable strategy where they would usually pick train, and we have seen them demolish their enemies in train, and we are going to be seeing Alter Ego right now going through all of that lower bracket hassle, getting to face against Executioners right here. And by the way, Executioners, I don't think they've dropped around, have they?
I mean, they haven't dropped the map yet. Up till now, we have seen Executioners play it out really well, but then the only team which proved to be a little bit of a headache for Executioners was Dark Horses, who in fact gave a good fight to them. They eventually lost 12-16 against Executioners, and they dropped down to the low bracket where they faced Alter Ego Esports, and they lost 10-16. So this is a matchup which we have never seen in this tournament, Alter Ego Esports and Executioners facing each other. So this is something we will be looking with a lot of caution, because we haven't seen them play against each other. So all the strats which have been coming on from Alter Ego Esports have been more like their rotations have been good, and the way they have been executing their utilities have been good as well, because those situations where they were against say like a 2-on-4 and 1v3s and all of that, those kind of clutch situations, the chances of them doing it, I mean the chance of them succeeding have been comparatively higher from the other teams which had been playing in the low bracket as well. So this is a contest we have been waiting to watch, because both these teams have different kind of play styles, and the map selections of both these teams are quite different as well. Because when you're going to look at a team like Alter Ego Esports, they have been playing all the maps which are not always being played
they have
often.
Specializations, they have pocket picks for their map strats, and they have been extremely performing well in train especially. We have not seen their other performances like in the specialization maps. We have seen them in the lower bracket run, having a bunch of trouble actually.
I mean, it wasn't that great. The matches which they had against Sky Esports, which was there for the lower bracket finals, had about D2 as well as another map where they weren't
They struggled.
Exactly. It wasn't I wouldn't say it wasn't one of the best of the maps, or maybe I wouldn't want to take anything away from Sky Esports. They showed a really good morale, and they showed that they are just going down with a fight, I would say, because both the maps were about 16-14 16-14 and 16-12. That's a close scoreline, and I at the last minute thought that this might go on for an overtime as well, both these games. And speaking about the past and all of that, we are right now going to go into the finals. Is a match a lot of us have been looking forward to, and I think I'm really pumped up to see what we have in store right now, because given that this is a BO5, the chances of it going on to the fourth map is gonna really come in handy, because when you're going to look at Executioners, they have come to the finals through the upper bracket, which is automatically giving them a 1-map advantage. So all they need to do, they have actually their task cut out, I would say, because just about 2 maps, if they win that, they probably will be the champions of this tournament. But that's not the same case for the Alderico Esports, as they have to win about 3 maps out here, and
they start off with their legs at the back, and this is going to be quite difficult for them. And as you said, we are going to be getting into the game without any delay. Ladies and gentlemen, round number 1 of map number 1 between Alderico Esports and Executioners is going to start right now. We see Executioners starting off from the T side, and it looks like they want to go for a B setup. Kud is going to be keeping an eye over at mid, just staying a little bit towards the T-spawn area, and it looks like Alderico Esports, they're converging, they're playing a little bit aggressive. Nobody is near the sites, and this is the pistol round, so I don't really think that is going to be the case. Kud does spot out a guy over at ladder room, but no, sadly he's going to go down to ZXC, who shoots him down from the connectors area.
And meanwhile, the bomb is making its way on a B, but then there is Forsmog, and he's going to go down as well. And Ilib and Tsukamoto are going to have a duel right now, but the bomb is going to get dropped at that point of time, as this is going to be a 3-on-1 in favor of Alderico Esports. What a strong start for them, and the tab coming out there from Alessa is going to secure them this first round. And what a start coming out there from Alderico Esports. They made sure that they just lost 2 of them, and the first 2 shots coming out there from ZXC as well as Forsmog made sure that the advantage, which is which was a 4-on-1, was making sure that there was a lot of pressure onto Adrian King, and that is why they were able to get that first round. And with that being said, they are actually going for 1 M4 coming out there. Woogie is going to go for that M4, while we are going to see a couple of three pharmacists as well as an MP9, while we are going to see about 3 nades coming out there from Executioners, and we see all about 4 of them going on to high mid, while we are going to see 1 person making his way from underpass. And let's see how that's going to work out, because Woogie is going to spray it down and get 1 kill out there, but Zesby is going to get 1 right on a Woogie, and that's going to be 1 M4 dropping in favor of Executioners. But they really can't go and pick it up, because they need to go past Alessa, or should they go for a boost or something like that, they still could get ganked upon by the other people from the CT side, as Zesby is still out there trying to spot out anyone else who might be coming out there, as Alessa is right in front of him. Just the smoke is going to act as a barrier between both these guys, and Forsmog as well is probably going to give some cover in case there happens to be something going against Alessa, but looks as if he's going to get a couple of them, and Tsukamoto is going to give a perfect cover out there, and they just lose 1 person in that round, and Alderico Esports are already 2-0 up.
And this is quite surprising, because in the starting of this grand final, I believe Executioners were the clear favorites of this tournament, but the first 2 rounds being played by Alderico Esports just proves us otherwise. But as we said, we can't really expect anything until
this is too
comes.
early, and the way Executioners have been playing their previous maps, it's quite similar, I would say, because the first few rounds, the way Executioners have been playing, they just try to get a lot of information during their first 2 to 3 rounds from either of the sides, so that they can play and they can strat it out according to how they are playing. Because if you're going to realize the previous games which they had played, they really didn't have a good lead during the first half, and maybe just about 2 or 3 rounds would have been the average, I would say, and only after that they started piling on rounds in their favor. And I think this could probably go either ways, but given the fact that this is just 2 rounds into the game, I really say that this is quite early to call it, and let's actually see how this is going to work out, because we are into round 3 and the bomber is making his way upon mid, while we are going to see we're actually going to see 1 person at B.
We are going to be seeing Zesby and his friend trying to, go for the boost over at the nest area, but it looks like the Molotov right beneath them is going to dissuade them from doing that. We do see Zesby, he's going to keep an eye over at connectors. Maze is going to be getting that first kill onto Forsmog right now, and that is going to be 1% down for Alderico Esports. Zesby does not get any information onto the guys who are at A side, but he is going to push slowly though. Oh, Tsukamoto, he's going to be able to spot out the long rotation being made by Executioners, but no, he is going to go down. He puts up the grenade just in the wrong nick of time, and we see Zesby, he is going to be pushing forward, but there is going to be a guy over at the jungle area, but he spots him out a little bit earlier, and he is going to go down. Alessa, he is going to be able to spot out Zesby though, but that is going to give him a lot of information. He picks up the AK, tries to go for the clutch play right here. It is going to be a 2 versus 3 right now. ZXC, he is going to be taking tons of damage right here, but no, he is going to be able to get onto the nest area, making that really high skill level jump right there. And
looks like Kud as well as Alessa are going to be on duel right now, because Kud has a really good angle, but then a peek coming out there from Alessa is going to go bad in favor of Executioners as they look to pick their first round in this game. And we're going to see ZXC as the last person alive, and he decides just to save it because all he has is an AK, and probably it's quite wise because he's just got about 10 HP, and probably he'll be saving out his armor as well. So that's something not gonna go in the way of Alter Ego Esports. But then that's gonna be the first round coming in favor of Executioners, and they look to get that lead onto them pretty soon as well. And let's see how that's gonna work out because they have just won the first round, and I feel like this is about more to come. And that was a good spray coming out there from Maze as well as the three people who were making their way on a T-base. And it was quite sad that Tsukamoto couldn't actually do any kind of damage to either one of them. And I think the moment he saw about three guys, he just decided to pop the nade out and then just get back and try to finish it off. But that really was not working out for them.
Here from Alter Ego Esports, he actually gets a shotgun right now. I guess he is trying to use this round to just farm up as much money as possible. And we do see a really bland setup right here. We do see two people going from underpass, but little does he know there is going to be a guy waiting, and that is going to be Woogie getting 2 kills, and that is going to be a lot of money being farmed up for Alter Ego Esports, and that is going to be 2 people down for Executioners. And we see they have been split up pretty widely. We see one person at Palace, one person just a little bit under mid, and one person is going to be near TV room where the bomb is going to be dropped. And
this is actually going to be really hard for Executioners should they want to go and make a plant out there, because VC could, as well as one more person near A. But then that's not really going to help them out if you're going to look at the case, because even if they are trying to execute it onto A, we see a couple of guys coming out there from B shot, so they can probably go on. One of them may be going on to ladder room as well, and we still have one more person at jungle, so it's really not going to be pretty easy for them to go and plant unless there's going to be a play from Kud or something like that, because he can spot out the guy at B shot, but no, he's actually going to go back and fall back again, as we are going to see Adrian King and Alessa making their way out there, and Alessa is going to get one, and he gets traded out there by Maze, and there should be a plant anytime coming out there, and there is a plant coming out there from the B side, and we are going to look at Adrian King trying to go for the spray, but he doesn't realize that there are a couple of guys out there, and that leaves this into a 3-on-1 in favor of Alter Ego Esports. And there you go, that's going to be Maze who is going to fall down, and that's probably going to be one more round for them.
And this is you have to give credit to Woogie. He played that extremely well. He knew that, okay, Executioners in the previous 2 rounds, they did play a little bit towards the underpass area. So, he predicted, okay, if these guys are going to be coming right here, I am going to be getting 2 easy kills. And you see right here, that shotgun is making...
No, actually, the switch coming out there from Zesby was actually taking a lot of time for him to even give cover for his teammate, because even though Woogie was able to spot the first guy out, by the time he was able to get about a couple of shots onto him, kill him, and then get the other guy, that was sure as hell a lot of time which Zesby had. But looks like he just got carried away by the surprise coming out there from Woogie, and that instantly gave them a 2-man advantage for the CT side, and that probably could have been the only reason which could have won them that round. And we are right now going to go on to the round number 5, and we're going to see a push coming out there from all the T side, but then it's going to be Ileb who's going to get one, while Woogie is going to get a couple of them in this round as well, and Ileb's going to get another one, and the Deagle coming out there not really doing a lot of damage. Adrian King is making his way out there against 2 people. All of them have been spotted right now, and all of a sudden this is going to be a 1-on-1. He could just plant it right now and get away with it, because we are going to see ZXC making his way from connectors, and Adrian King has a clear idea where he's coming from as well. So this should probably be an easy one because he has plenty of cover out there. But no, ZXC is going to take him out, and I think the curiosity killed this cat, I would say.
Well, it certainly did. He was, keeping an eye over at the stairs, but, he peaked a little bit too prematurely, and that eventually led to him going down without, putting up a fight. And he did not even shoot him as soon as he spotted him, so that was quite sad. And this was, really good defense being made by Woogie, even though he did eventually fall down. The fact that he got those 2 kills as soon as possible, made sure that the damage that they suffered throughout this round was minimal. And even though they did, survive with just 1 person alive, they still have a lot of money, and we do see 2 AWPs coming out for Alter Ego Esports. I'm just a little bit confused that Woogie is not the one who's going to be playing the AWP, but it's going to be ZXC, and we see Tsukamoto in his usual AWP. Fosmark is going to be throwing down that... okay, that was quite sad right there. The HE Grenadier, that is going to be at the right place, but sadly that is not going to be dealing any damage. There is going to be one guy at TV room though, so I'm not going to be surprised if Fosmark is going to be keeping an eye. He's going to be giving up the giving the call out that there are going to be guys from Executioners trying to, make a move at B.
No, they're actually playing their time, so in a way that is going to be really good, because the way Alter Ego Esports have been playing, they tend to play a little aggressive. So if in case Executioners are actually going to try to play some time out there, they could probably, earn some dividends out there. Because if you're going to look at how they play, like I just said, they just try to, force Executioners to make some mistake. In the way, probably Executioners could actually take them out, because the way they have been, looking at getting into sides, they've been pretty slow, and they just want Alter Ego Esports to make the first move so that they can try to capitalize on that. And let's see how that's going to work out, because right now we're going to see the Bomber as well, who's going to join the party at Apartments. And can we actually see a push coming out there? And we see 3 people out there from Alter Ego Esports who have already made their way. The Molly and the nades are coming out there from the CT side, and there's going to be Frostmock and Wookie who are going to get a couple of kills right now. The bomb is going to go down courtesy of the AWP coming out there from ZXC, and he's going to spot one more person out there. Zadran King is going to get one, but it's just about timing out there is what I would say, because he could have got another one, but it's going to be a lesser who's going to clean up that, and he's going to get a couple of kills out there. It's 5-1 the scoreline for Alter Ego Esports. That is probably the start they were looking for, and the way they have been playing the last 2-3 rounds were quite solid coming out there from the CT side, even though the last one was not their case, I would say.
It feels like ever since these guys, Alter Ego Esports, got into the finals, I believe they have done some researches onto what Executioners and their strats usually leads to, because it feels like the way Executioners are playing, Alter Ego Esports, they've played against it before this or something like that, and we do see ZXE, he's going to be able to get that first kill onto
and
Adrian
he can
King.
probably get another 3 of them, because we're going to look at a mid push right now. We're going to see all the T's making their way on a mid. They are actually covering out connectors right now, so the boost coming out there from Zesby is going to fall down right now, as we still see one more person out there, connectors, who's trying to make his win. He's going to go down as well. Frostmock's going to he could probably get another and another as well. 3 kills coming out there from Frostmock. He could probably end it out with a 4th, and yes, he does. That's a 4K coming out there from Frostmock, and that was a quick round coming in for Alter Ego Esports. And Executioners going with the pistols really didn't want to have this going their way, but I didn't get the point by, making 4 guys going out there right onto mid, pushing it out and just going out there without any smokes or anything. Because
actually, they were not pushing it out. They were just waiting patiently for Alter Ego to make a mistake, and it felt like the way they were actually delaying right under the nest area, it felt like they were just getting sandwiched by that time, and that was, really good punish being made by Alter Ego Esports. And we are going to be seeing Executioners. Maze is going to be making this move onto A side, but no, Wookie's going to be there playing near Firebox. He's going to be able to get that first 2 kills, and we are going to be looking at Wookie. He is going to throw down that smoke, and that is going to reveal his position. ZXE, though, playing from CT, he will be able to spot out a guy, but no, sadly, he just misses his flick right there. Frostmark is going to be able to get a kill. Maybe not. Yes, he will be able to get the kill as the Molotov was getting primed, but no, Executioners, they just swiftly end this round. They make sure that they stack up over at A side, and they make sure that they get that round for themselves. And
I really felt that Maze and Good made sure that they were able to get the kills, because the way Maze was making his way onto A, he just didn't care about the flashes or smokes coming in his favor. He just went in, balls out aggressive, and he was able to get a kill out there. And we also saw Adrian King taking out a couple of guys at the end, so that is a good execution coming out there from Executioners, and let's see whether they can live up to their name, I would say.
Man, was that a joke? Because it felt, yeah, it is going to be a very good round for Executioners, and especially Adrian King's last spray transfer right there. And it feels like the way Executioners are playing, their pace is getting a little bit faster. We do see 2 people over at mid, actually 3 people over at mid, while Woogie is going to be making the push over towards T-spawn right there from Palace, and he might be able to catch a guy with his pants down right now.
And while we're going to see Maze already making his way on a jungle, and let's see how that's going to work out. We see a guy at CT, and Sukamoto is going to make sure that he is going to get played out there. I think that was some kind of a bait coming out there from Sukamoto, because the last 2 rounds, it's been more like, they have been trying to go for that boost out there. And while we are going to see Woogie, who has taken out the Bomber, but then he doesn't spot out Ilib, and he's going to make sure that he's going to get paid out there. And this is now going to be a 2-on-4 in favor of Alter Ego Esports. The Bomber as well as Good are waiting out there patiently at T-base, while we are going to see the moves coming out there from Alter Ego Esports, as we see a couple of them from CD, one at jungle as well as one making his way on apartments. And let's see how that's going to work out, because the way Executioners are moving right now. They look like they are going to go for an A, but then we also see the guy from jungle making sure that mid is going to get secured as well, while we are going to see a couple of guys at CT from Alter Ego Esports. So if Good is making his way outside along with his teammate, probably there is a chance of it getting traded, and we are going to see Good who's going to take down, and ZXC is going to get one as well. It's going to be Good and Tsukamoto who are right against each other, but it's going to be ZXC who's going to be the X factor. He's going to come right outside jungle and he's going to get the second kill as well. What a play coming out there, and Woogie, he was able to get that kill, and probably if he was able to spot out Adrian King, that could have been the round much earlier than what happened in the previous round, I would say.
And that was, really good position from Ilub. And I believe if he was not there right near the T-ramp area, I feel like Woogie would have gotten those 2 kills on those 2 guys who are actually rotating from the B side. And it felt like this is going to be Executioners taking the pause right now. So not really surprised. They probably need to change up their strategy just a little bit here and there, because Alter Ego Esports, the way they're playing, it feels like they are reading Executioners' rotations just like a bug in the palm of their hand. And
I mean, they're playing it really well, I would say, from a CT side point of view. I think everything coming out there from Alter Ego Esports have been on point, because even during the rounds where Executioners were able to make the plant, which was just about a couple of times or 3 times, and all of the times they were able to make the retake and they were able to get those rotations on point, and they eventually won the round. So there's no taking away anything from Alter Ego Esports, because they are right now, literally playing it by their palms, I would say. And we are going to look at Zesby right now, and he's going to spot one, but he doesn't know that there is another person lining right behind, and Zadixi is going to get a couple of them right now, and it's going to be a 4-on-3 in favor of Alter Ego Esports. We still see the Bomber as well as, a couple of guys making their way on A. The Bomber is still at the TV room, and he's going to make his rotation as well towards T-base, and probably they are heading on to an A. Because I think it's beyond a point. Going on to B at this point of time could be a good idea, because even though there's just one person out there, they really don't have any idea out there. The Molly coming out there from the T side is gonna get Metapon out there, and Adrian King's just about 7 HP out there. He was able to get one, and there is another person out there, jungle. There's one at CT as well, and let's see how that's gonna work out. Alessa is gonna sandwich them at the point of time, and Tsukamoto is gonna go down. The Bomber is gonna go down, and so is Maze. And what a round coming out there from Alter Ego Esports. I thought for a point, like at one moment, I thought Executioners had this round the way they were going on the game, but then the Molly coming out there, that really caught Adrian King off guard, because he was just reduced to 7 HP through that Molly, and the flash coming out there from one of the CT side's players made sure that he really did not realize that he was actually on fire.
Damage. And that was, an extremely good round being played by Alter Ego Esports. But Executioners, it felt like they did perform a little bit better than how they did in the previous 4 rounds.
And I'm still surprised that we still haven't seen an AUG in this match yet, because it's almost 10 rounds and we haven't seen either of them buying from the CD side. And we've just been seeing farmhouses and M4s and AWPs coming out there. So this is quite surprising, because the current meta and the way every match has been played, we've actually seen a lot of people going on for AUGs instead of M4s. That's how the meta is, and that's how easy it is to get an AUG, because one good perk coming out there from the AUG is that it's more like, no less to no recoil at all.
Yeah, and it's basically a laser. If it's very easy recoil pattern, and you can get very easy pickoffs. It's basically like, if you can't afford an AWP, if you're going to be playing a really high priority place like mid or something, it's better if you can get an AUG. And right there, Zesby, though, he is going to be catching Alessa off guard, as he is going to try to jump and get some information onto who is there in underpass, and he is going to pay for that with his life. Tsukamoto is going to be playing under Palace, and it feels like he might be able to catch a few people rotating onto the A side. Let's see if the Molotov is going to be made. No, Tsukamoto is going to be able to get that first kill. He might be able to get the second one. He does tag him for a lot of damage, but Boogie, though, he gets the bomber, and that is going to be probably Boogie getting the last kill right there. Adrian King is pretty low right there. It's going to be USP versus a Deagle.
What a shot coming out there from Adrian King. He was able to get ZXC out there from Staz, and I think the Deagle is actually working out well for Adrian King, because even the last round, I mean, a couple of rounds prior when he was almost able to get that clutch out there. It was 2v3, and when he made the plant, and they were almost able to get that round. And I think if Sukamoto could have held for a while, maybe he could have got those 2 kills as well, and he could have ended their misery pretty earlier as well. And we are gonna look at the next round coming out there. Good execution coming out there from both these teams, even though Executioners was not able to get that plant or something like that. So I really wouldn't blame them now that they have a full buy coming in. A lot of utilities as well. We see an AWP as well as 4 AKs coming out there. While we're going to see about 4 M4s, while one of them is going to be an M4A1S, and also an AK which has been picked up in the previous round by Vugi. And let's see how it's going to work out, as Sukamoto is already made his way on A mains, and we are just going to see one person out there from the T side making their way on A mains, while we're going to see about 3 guys making their way on apartments, and one of them guarding mid as well. The bomber is still at apartments, and we are going to see ZXC, who's going to burn Etron King down, and we are going to see Zesby as well, who's going to make his way out there. Can actually Forsmog spot him out, because I think Zesby has he's got a good angle at this point of time, and if Forsmog decides to just jump and try to do some Coldzera level thing, that's not really work.
Yeah, I guess he needs to jump while he's strafing to the left and right, so maybe, you know, he reduces the chance of him dying. And we do see Sukamoto. Sadly, he is not going to go down to that Molotov, but no, it looks like Maze. He knows that, okay, Sukamoto is playing a little bit recklessly. He is playing a little aggressive, so he gets that kill right now. And Maze does get tagged for a lot of damage, just 4 HP remaining for him. So he is going to be forced to back off over to T-spawn. Zesby is going to be missing that first shot, as Ilab is going to be making his way.
More importantly, that's going to be information coming in for Alter Ego Esports that the bomber has been spotted, because the jump coming out there is going to do a lot of reveal coming out there for the Executioner side, because they pretty much know that they have been compromised, and it's only about time that they are going to push it out, because the bomber is already down right now, and Good as well as SB are trying to spot them out. We are going to see Buki, who's going to make his way onto apartments, and let's see how this is going to work. ZXC is going to get one, and we are going to see ZXC going to get another one as well, and that's going to be a 3 kill. That's going to be a 4 kill coming out there from ZXC. What a play coming out there from the player, and he was able to literally take care of B all by himself. And what a play coming out there from Alter Ego Esports. They are dominating at this point of time, and just look at that, Forsmog getting that first kill, and after that it was ZXC all the way. He was able to make sure that the bomber was, he was going to go down, and that was the bomb being dropped.
I feel like
there.
Alter Ego's usage of their utilities is impeccable. Like, even in the previous round, you saw it right there near the Tetris area. Etron King was burning to his death because the Molotov was at the right moment. And in the previous round, ZXC with that Molotov over at the TV room area, he just got that kill pretty easily. And we are going to be seeing Executioners. They are going to be forced into pistols and armor. Kud does not have any armor, while Zesby does not have any helmet, so
they can probably try to execute A or something like that, or maybe just try to fake it, because we see a couple of guys trying to line up for smokes out there, one of them being the Staz smoke, one of them being a Staz and one of them being jungles. And let's see how this is going to work out right now, because they are making their way on A, probably acting as some kind of fake, and we are going to see the guy who was at B going to go and rotate as well. So that's going to leave a free B for the Executioner side, and we're actually going to see ZXC making his way back. So that's smart play coming out there from Alter Ego Esports, just trying to make sure that they are going to get all the information that they can, as ZXC has slowly moved on to he's actually moved on out there to bench, and he's going to get one as well. He could probably get another as well, and the bomber is still not spotted, so this could probably be a rotation coming in from Executioners as well, because they are quite clueless on where to go, because the guys at A from Executioners haven't done anything worthwhile, because we still haven't seen a kill coming out there from Executioners side. If they actually manage to take out one person, they could probably be giving out information that they are going to go out there, and we are going to see a rotation coming out there from Executioners, and that's going to be Ilab, who's going to get the guy who was at connectors, but then he's going to get tagged for a lot of damage out there from the guys from B shot. And let's see how that's going to work out for them, as the smoke is going to act as a barrier right now. We still have one person who is currently at CT, and that's going to be 2 of them, as Maze is going to get one. He could probably get another one as well, because there's Alessa just waiting behind CT out there to see if they are going to make any mistake. The M4 coming out there is going to do a little bit of damage to the guy who was making his way on to CT from the T side, as Adrian King is making his way on a jungle, and he pretty much knows that there is a guy out there from connectors, so his top priority is to make sure that the guy from connectors is not going to come out, and that's going to be the case as well, as Adrian King is going to land that headshot onto him, and he's going to get another one as well, courtesy of the headshot from the Deagle onto Forsmog, and that's going to be one round coming in favor for Executioners. And that was a good round, given that they were just onto their pistols. We see a lot of P250s as well as Deagles coming out there in the previous round, and Maze as well as Adrian King made sure that they were able to get that easily. And ILEB, courtesy of their AWP coming out there from the guy at Connectors, was able to make sure that they were able to secure that round as well. So that was a round which was much needed for them, even in terms of their economy, because even though they would have bought this round, irrespective of whether they won or lost the previous round, that was going to force Alter Ego Esports into this round by going on a pistols, because we see a USP, a default USP coming out there from Alessa, none of them going on for armor or vest, and just about 3 P250s as well as a CZ coming in for the CT side, as we are going to see an A push coming out there from the T side, and Adrian King's going to get the entry fag again, and we are going to see them making their way onto A. That's going to be free A. We see people coming out there from mid jungle as well as CT, and could probably spot out a guy at the CT spawn, but then he is going to spot him out. He actually, he was almost about to miss that shot, but then it was ZXC who was going to get that trade as well, and Zesby is going to spot him out with Jiggle Peaks coming out there. It's not going to make sure that he's going to do it, but look at that spray coming out there from Adrian King. He was literally not moving out there. The guy who was at stairs, who happened to be Sukamoto, the spam coming out there is not going to do anything at the point of time, but then the second time when he's going to empty that magazine, he's going to make sure that he's going to go down as well, as Fosmok is going to be the last person surviving for Alter Ego Esports, and he knows all he has to do right now is try to get some weapons right now, because this is the 14th round, and the next one is going to be pretty crucial, because that's going to be the last round of the first half, and all they need at this point of time is just some good weapon, and probably Zesby could be the guy who is going to go down, but no, the no scope coming out there is going to make sure Fosmok's dreams of getting that up is going to get crushed, but then they would be going on for full buy at this point of time, but I'm not really sure how the utilities will be working out for them, because I assume they would be having around 4 grand or something like that, and they might be just going on for farmers. That's not a proper buy as well, just about a flash and smoke for either of them, and let's see how this is going to work out. I think they have compromised on a lot out there, because we see Alessa who hasn't bought helmet as well, and we also see ZXC with the same thing as well.
Will we actually see the first AUG being bought in this game right now by ZXC right here? Boogie though, he is going to be tagged for a little bit of damage from the Molotov over at Connectors, but he's going to just smoke it out, while Fosmark is going to be getting the kill onto Maze. And look at ZXC, he knows that, okay, there are going to be people making their way onto B. He hears the noise, and look at him, he's just positioning himself at the right position.
And in fact, there are a couple of guys out there as well. It's going to be Fosmark who's going to add to ILEB's misery, because clearly right now there's no point of them going on to B, because they pretty much know that there are a couple of guys out there, and the bomb is going to get taken out there by Kud, and let's see whether they can push it out onto B, and they are going to go on to B. We see 3 of them making their way on apartments as well as TV rooms, while the bomb is going to get dropped out there. 1 minute is what they have, and they can probably take about some 30 or 40 seconds to see what they can do at this point of time, because after that they just have to rush and go for the plant and buy some more time for them. They are stocking at the apartments right now to see if they can probably make sure that the CTs are going to make any mistake at this point of time, as we are going to see them making their way on apartments as well. 40 seconds is all they have right now, 3 of them making their way on apartments. Fosmok as well as his teammate just waiting patiently out there to see if executioners are going to make the first move, and we are going to see that as well, and we are going to see ZXC who's going to get one. He could probably get another as well, but it's going to be Adrian King who's going to get that. There is a guy at B shot, and ILEB spots him, but I don't know why he was not able to spot him again for the second time, but it's going to be Adrian King who's going to go down as well, and Alter Ego Esports end this half on a high. 11-4 is going to be the scoreline. 7 rounds is what they have as a lead.
That is very huge for Alter Ego Esports, because Executioners, they were, you know, the favorite for this tournament, and you know, finishing off the first map's first half with this much of a score lead, this is going to put out a statement that Alter Ego Esports are not a team to be trifled with that lightly. They are probably one of the good teams in the Southeast Asian region right now, and they are going to be getting that recognition through this tournament, as they are giving Executioners a run for their money, and we are going to be getting into the
it's
second
not
round.
about run for the money, but they are completely dominating them at this point of time, because 11-4 at the end of the first half is not a really good score, which Executioners would have been, you know, I think this is the first time we are actually seeing a team doing so much of, you know, just putting a lot of pressure onto Executioners. I'm not really sure if they could win this game also, but then you never know at this point of time, because we still are just into the second half, and anything can happen at this point of time, because this round is going to be really crucial along with the next two of them, as the pistol round is actually going to give you the momentum which you have been looking for. Even if you are losing out pretty badly in the first half, this could probably be the change which the teams would be looking forward to, as we are going to see the smoke which is going to take out the people from the market area as they are making their way on A. Just a couple of them making their way on A. Probably this could be some kind of a fake coming out there, and looks like that is going to be the case as well, as they have received information that A side is going to be clear right now. Is Adrian King is going to get one, and he's going to get taken out there by Sukamoto, so that's going to leave A side free for Alter Ego Esports to go and make the plant. But no, they are going to go for a B. What a play coming out there. They are literally outplaying Executioners right now, and look at that. It was a 2-on-4. It was actually a 2-on-4 coming out there for the guys who were at A, but now it is going to be a 2-on-1 at that kind of situation, and we are going to see Zesby running for his life, and he's going to go down as well. And Alter Ego Esports, what a play coming out there. Just one of them lost during that round, and there were just 3 people making their way onto A side, and if you had looked, they were looking at about 4 people making their way from the CT side as well as jungle, and they were able to make sure that they were able to take down all the people out there, just leaving one person behind. And what a play coming out there from Sukamoto as well. He was able to get about 3 kills out there, and ZXC closing it out from the guy who was trying to save his armor.
I'm not really surprised, because that was the pistol round, and the way that you usually go with the oh my god, Executioners, they're just going to be stacking up over at the nest area, and it looks like Zesby is going to be getting a kill onto one of his own teammates. Adrian King is going to be going on. So, that was a really cute strategy, but that really did not work out in your favor. Maybe since they did get that 1 kill onto Woogie right there.
Oh, they're making their way right behind them. Let's see what they have in store right now. ZXC is going to spray his heart out, and he's going to get one person out there. Maze is going to get traded, and he is going to go down to Sukamoto with a second as well. He could probably get another one, and he is going to get a 3k again for the second time in the second half, and that is going to be 13-4 in favor of Alter Ego Esports. What a play coming out there. Maze was able to get one, and just look at that. They're just making their way onto the T-base, trying to make sure that they were able to get the guys who were at apartments. And just look at that. Sukamoto with that spray coming out there from the KD, and he was able to get the 3rd kill as well, the second time in 2 rounds. And let's see how it's going to work out for them, because they've been winning about 2 rounds right now. Alter Ego Esports, they have the momentum in their way. 13-4 is a really great scoreline coming into this. They're just 3 rounds away from getting this first map to their side, and let's see what they have in store right now, as the bomb is still at T-base right now, as we're going to see a 3-2 setup coming out there, which is quite surprising. We see a couple of guys at B shot, one of them watching mid and the other one going on to ladder room, and now we're going to see both of them watching mid as well. And this is quite weird, because usually you actually tend to see a guy making his way from jungle and watching out mid, but that surely is not going to be the case this time around. We still see about a couple of guys who are from the CT side at A, so could probably spot out a couple of guys who are making their way from Tetris. But ZXC as well as his teammate pretty much knows that they pretty much know that there usually is going to be a guy from the CD side who is going to make his way onto Palace. And let's see how this is going to work out. It's going to be good. Who's going to get that first kill out there? And he probably is going to get a second one as well. But there is a guy who was making his way onto Palace, but he's going to go down as well, courtesy of another person who was watching out there. But Sukamoto is going to get one, but then he is just about 20 HP, and there is a guy at B shot as well. He's going to try to flash him out and probably throw a HE grenade out there, as Alessa is going to make that move on to T-base to get that bomb. And let's see what they have in store right now. 2-on-4 is going to be the thing which they need to do right now. This is going to be really hard for them to clutch it out, 2 versus 4, with one of them having a UMP against about 2 M4s and op as well as an AUG, as they have a really good side control at this point of time. Mid is the only place where Alter Ego Esports can go a little bit free right now, because even if they are going to go on to P, they are going to get met upon by a couple of guys out there. We see Zesby as well as one more person out there. Zesby is actually spotted out the other guy as well, courtesy of the gun switch coming out there from Alessa, and he's actually going to go and try to spot him out, because all they need to do right now is make sure that they are going to hunt him down, because there is no time for Alessa to go and make the plan. So the only thing he can do at this point of time is going to just save his AK as well as his armor, along with his 2 flashes and a molly, because that's clearly not working out for them. But on the score, on the cushion point of view, they still have about 8 rounds which they can afford to lose, because that's going to be a really good lead coming out there. So they're just 3 rounds away, and they really don't want to take any risk at this point of time, so they can just win this first map and, you know, put some pressure onto Executioners, because they are far from winning this, and they need to do a lot of things if they want to do that. As if you can see in the previous round, they were able to get that map control onto onto Alter Ego Esports, and that is something which actually Alter Ego Esports didn't expect coming out there from Executioners, and I think that is something which they can work on, because that's actually paying them with with success as well, given that the previous round actually worked into their favor. We are going to see Alessa, who's going to get that first kill out there, as Maze is going to get spotted out there. The Molly is actually going to it's actually going to buy them some time so that they can go and make the plan. Woogie is making his way on to connect us, but Adrian King is going to get that kill out there, and this is going to be a 4-on-4. We see Frostmark with the deagle alone, along with a Galil coming out there from Sukamoto, the Galil which was able to get about 3 kills in the 3 rounds prior. And we are going to see Zespi, who's going to spot out Alessa, but he's going to be the guy with the quick fingers, as he's going to get that kill out there. The bomb is still not planted yet. The smokes are going to fade out in about time, as Ileb is going to get tagged for a lot of damage out there. It's still a 4-on-3 in favor of Alter Ego Esports, but the thing is, they are actually playing it really slow, that both the guys from Executioners are making their way on apartments and market. So what is going on right now? Just
they
one
have
person.
not spotted the bomber. Executioners have not spotted the bomber, so they think, okay, maybe this is going to be a bait. But it looks like Alter Ego Esports, they are going to be holding their ground, and they are going to be going for the plant over at A. And since this is going to be running down to the wire, 30 seconds remaining, this can mean that Executioners, they have been utterly being played right now, as we do see A side being completely free. Alessa is going to be able to spot out the guy,
but
who
then
is
I feel like
just
they are wasting a lot of time right now, because if he's going to go for the plant right now, the guy from CT could probably get that kill. But no, that's not going to be the case. He's not even peeking at this point of time, as Maze is going to go down, the guy who was actually coming out there from jungle. But then it's going to be Adrian King, who is going to come from the backstab. He's going to get one person out there. He could probably get another one as well. The flashes and smokes coming out there from both these teams, and Adrian King's going to get one as well. He's going to get a couple as well, and this is now on to a 1-on-1 between Sukamoto as well as Adrian King. It's just going to be both of them, but no, it's going to be Sukamoto who's going to come out victorious, and that is just going to leave one round between Matchpoint as well as Alter Ego Esports, as they are just about 9 rounds away. I mean, 9 rounds ahead of Executioners. So at this point of time, them coming into Executioners going into a comeback or something like that is going to be really hard, as they are going to pause it out right now. There's going to be a pause at this point of time, a technical pause.
Well, they certainly need it, because it looks like the way Executioners are playing it, they are not really making anything happen. It feels like whatever strategy that they have in store, Alter Ego Esports, they have a counter strat for that, and they are executing it really well, especially Alessa. It looks like in the previous round, he was watching exactly where the peak would be coming from Executioners, even though, Zesli had the advantage of having an AWP, and he knew, okay, that is a common spot that people might be camping on over at A side for the T side, under Palace. But no, Alessa actually had the faster trigger fingers. He knew, okay, there is going to be a guy peeking from the CT side over there, and he got that very easily. And that just shows that Alter Ego Esports, it's not about skill, it's about preparation. Alter Ego Esports have prepared to face Executioners, and it feels like Executioners, their reputation, it's really not working good for them, because with reputation comes the fact that, okay, these guys are good, so you have to prepare for them. And Alter Ego Esports, they have prepared adequately and even exponentially, because it feels like Executioners, whatever they are doing in this map of Mirage, it's not working out for them. And Alter Ego Esports, they're just inches away from getting their victory, and it feels like Alter Ego Esports, they are going to be having a little bit of a technical issues. Everybody except
I'm still surprised that Alter Ego Esports were able to get a 14-5 the scoreline, whatever it is right now.
Even I'm surprised,
and not just because of the fact about the scoreline, but then Mirage was actually a pick made by Executioners. So that's sending some alarming waves onto Executioners, because when they're actually outplaying them in their own pick, next comes their own pick, and that's going to be really hard for Executioners to try to get that get that map onto them. Because when you're going to look at this, if Alter Ego are going to win this, they just need about 2 more maps, the same as Executioners from this point of time, because the 1 map advantage which Executioners have right now can be leveled up if it's going to be Alter Ego Esports who will be winning it. And from that point of time, it can go either way. So you really won't be having a clear favorite at this point of time, because it can go either ways. And Executioners, probably if they are going to step up their game and try to get the next match onto their favor, they could probably be on the upper hand at that point of time. And let's see how this is going to work out, because if you're going to look at Executioners, it always has been Adrian King in this map particularly, because when you're going to look at the other players, they were able to get those 1 or 2 kills, but then that was really not it was really not helping them out. Kill. The way Adrian King was getting those entry frags, and the way he was getting those 2Ks and 3Ks, the problem with Executioners was they were not able to, make the most of those, openings and all of that. Probably going for retakes or something like that. That really was not working out for them. And every time they tried to work on a strat, it was always met upon by Alter Ego Esports with their own counter strat, and that is something which they made sure that they were using it in their favor. And here we are now. We are going to see a 9-round lead coming out there from Alter Ego Esports, 14-5 the scoreline.
And what I want to really talk about Alter Ego Esports is the fact that their choice of gun has been very weird. I would not say questionable, because they are clearly, winning this round right here. And look at their choice of buy. In the CT side, we have seen them buying a lot of pharmacists. And
I mean,
in the T
I
side,
wouldn't really,
they are buying Galils, and
you wouldn't really blame it on them, because if you're going to look at their economy, that's not been really great. Even though they are winning those rounds, the way they are winning those rounds are quite close. And I wouldn't really say that Alter Ego Esports have been winning most of their rounds, like when 4 of them are alive or something like that. But most of the time, it's either 2 people being alive and 3 of them losing their guns. And that's definitely doing a lot of damage to their own economy. And Executioners were making sure that at least that is being done from their side. And I guess that's one of the reasons why they're not actually able to get those perfect buys coming in. And the point that they are emphasizing more on utilities as well is actually helping them out. And it's
their
actually
Molotovs, man. Like, their Molotov game is really good right now. And it feels like as soon as they swapped over to the T side also, their usage of utility, it's not been as impactful as they were playing over at the CT side, but still, like, the way they are making the executions happen, the way they are just waiting and baiting out Executioner's ID to make a wrong rotation, make that small amount of mistake so they can go ahead and
I mean, I really feel that Alter Ego Esports are playing the textbook CSGO, because when you're going to look at the T side, usage of mollies or usage of your utilities is not going to be really great until you plant the bomb, because only after you plant the bomb, only after you are playing the time game, that's when you are going to use the utilities. The same thing when you're going to look at the CT side, it's just about how you are going to delay the Ts from making the plant, because that's more important for you. That's going to be your first priority, and which is exactly the opposite for Alter Ego Esports, because when they are playing on the T side, it's just about going and getting the plant, and only after that is going to be the other part of the game where you are going to try to make sure that they are not going to retake, and that is when your utilities are going to come in handy, and which is brilliantly managed by Alter Ego Esports. I'm not taking anything away from
it. Feels like they planned this all along. They were like, okay, we know that our utility usage is going to be after the bomb plant, as you said, when the retake phase is going to be coming in, and they're saving it enough. And it feels like they're not even buying that much utilities as they bought out in the CT side, because obviously if you're going to be going for the bomb plant, you're probably going to be losing around 2 or 3 guys.
I mean, obviously, like, all you need is just about a couple of flashes until you plant. Just try to blind them and just come out when they won't expect you to. And once you're done with the plant, all these mollies and HE grenades and all of that will be of a lot of use, I would say. And I think that is what they are playing, and that is what I call a textbook CSGO. And I think they are following it right now, as we are going to be live with the 20th round in this game. And this is actually going to force Executioners into a pistol round, because
Excuse
I
me,
really,
but why though? Alter Ego Esports, they just need one more round to get into match point, and Executioners, they will have to settle for an overtime scenario. So this looks like they could have at least forced this and maybe try to delay the game as much as possible, get the momentum going for them. But it looks like the pistol round it's actually going to be working out in their favor. They actually get 2 kills.
They have already 2 kills in their bag, and they are just 1 player in favor for themselves right now. But then the site has already been taken over by the T side, so I guess that's something which they played time for a long time, I guess, because we are going to see the bomb being planted as well. So that's going to be more money coming in the way of Alter Ego Esports, and the chances of retake is going to be really hard, because they don't have a kit as well, no utilities as well. All they have is just about pistols and no armor. So I don't really think how that's going to work out right now, because I feel like Alter Ego Esports are heading into match point right now, as Adrian King is going to be the last person who's going to fall down for Executioners, as we are going to see Alter Ego Esports entering match point right now. And this time, I think Executioners could try something different from their bag, because they have a couple of ops right now. It's going to be a full buy round for them. And just look at that Frostmonk making sure that the 2 guys coming out there from jungle as well as connectors are going to be met upon. And Sukamoto was catching Adrian King off guard out there, because it's quite hard for them to come back from this kind of situation, because this is going to be the now or never moment, because a win is going to be really hard. but probably they can try for they could try for switching on to an overtime or something like that, and probably
highly unlikely though, because executioners they have a very reckless buy right now. They don't have a lot of emphasis on utility. They do have their guns though, and we do see Fosmark. He is going to be there over a sandwich, and it feels like he has spotted out Kud right there, but no, Kud is going to be able to take him out.
We are going to see Maze, who is going to come out of jungle, and he's going to go down as well, and all of a sudden this is now a 3-on-4, and this is working in favor of executioners, because Kud is going to be met upon the guy from the Tetris, but he has no idea where Kud is, and he still thinks that he is still at under Palace, and let's see how that's going to work out, because that's going to be a lot of time being wasted out there by Alter Ego Esports, and that could probably be one rotation coming in, but no, it's going to be Kud who's going to get the guy at Tetris, and that's going to be the bomb which is going to get dropped, and looks like this round is actually working out for them. It's going to be ZXC who's going to get one, and oh, he's actually going to get a couple of them, and all of a sudden they are turning this around. But then one thing which is not clearly going to go into their favor is because Vugi as well as ZXC are just 6 and 7 HP respectively, so that's really not something which they wanted to wish for at this kind of situation. And can they actually clutch this? I mean, I wouldn't really call this a clutch, but then winning from this kind of situation is really going to be hard, at least this round. Or maybe they can just wait and win it in the next one or something like that, but that's really not what they are wanting for. They just want to clear it out as quick as possible, as that's going to be one kill coming in the favor of the Oppo, and that is going to be a plan coming out there from ZXC and Adrian King as well as iLive, making their way from connectors as well as jungle. And let's see how that's going to work out. And ZXC is close to spotting out iLive, but no, it's going to be iLive who's going to take that first shot on to ZXC, and that's going to be one round coming in the favor of executioners. They live to fight one more round, and let's see whether they can hold this down, probably get some more rounds, and at least even if they can't win this, or maybe try for a overtime or something, or at least lose with some dignity, because the way they have been playing, it was literally they were literally being outplayed in this map, at least I would say, because
map of their own choosing that too, so this has got a hurt for executioners, but let's see if executioners are going to be ending this game with a respectable scoreline, or even with an overtime with their victory inside or something like that. But it does seem like Alter Ego Esports, they are going to be forced onto pistols right now, pistol and body armor right there, and we do see Alessa. He is going to be making his way onto the B apps right here, and he is going to be able to spot out Adrian King right there. Adrian King is going to be able to retreat. He did have the AWP, since he did miss the first shot. He is going to be forced to back off, and we see Maze. He is going to be defending connectors all by himself. The smoke is going to be there. That is going to be.
But then I think there's going to be a boost coming out there from the T side, but then it's going to be Zesby who's going to wait out there. He's just going to wait for Sukamoto. I think this is something which we actually saw in the previous half. Sukamoto doing the same thing for Zesby, and looks like this is going to be Karma working its way the finest, and let's see how that's going to work out, however, because we're going to see Maze who is going to prime up that hint, he's going to prime up their HE grenade out there. Nobody home out there, however, and we are going to see Fosmok as well as his teammates making their way onto connectors, and we are going to see Sukamoto as well. He's going to get spotted, however. That's going to be information coming out there, but that proves to be too late out there. It's going to be Maze who is going to fall down, and this is going to be a 5-on-4 in favor of Alter Ego Esports. The smoke actually giving some time out there for Alter Ego Esports to get onto site and even maybe make the plant, but we are going to see Kud who is making his way on a firebox, and he's going to get a couple of them. He could probably get a third as well, and Zesby is going to make sure he's going to get the third, but then he is going to get it right now, and this is going to be another round coming in favor of executioners. So can this actually be something which we have been waiting for? Can this actually go on to overtime, because they've been winning about 2 rounds in a row, and I feel like the momentum is slowly getting its way onto executioners, and if ZXC and his teammates decide to take it out right now, this would be the time, because it's already 15-7. If they are going to get about 2 or 3 more rounds, that's going to be really bad in terms of their economy right now, because I think if the T side are going to lose this round, that could be the end of probably one more round of their full buy.
Big full stop to their momentum, because Alter Ego Esports, they have been forced to buy all of their guns right now, and they don't really have a lot of money in the bank, while executioners, they have money for days, and they can probably full buy the next round if they lose this. Maybe possibly Zesby and his friends are gonna be having a little bit of trouble, since Just a few of them have, money just a little bit underway, but it looks like, Alter Ego Esports, they are going to be getting into this, and they're going to be playing this a little bit slowly right now, and it feels like a 3-2 setup coming from Alter Ego Esports. 3 people are going to be playing near the A side, while the rest of them are going to be making their way towards underpass. Maybe, try to make a distraction or something. Adrian King and his friends are going to be defending B side right here. Adrian King and Kud right now.
And meanwhile, we are going to see the bomb as well as 3 of them from Alter Ego Esports making their way on A, and looks like this is going to be an A setup coming out there because 45 seconds is all they have right now. It's going to be Sukamoto who's going to get that first kill out there. The boost coming out there, which is going to make Woogie make his way on a jungle. So that's going to be Maze who's going to get sandwiched out there because he's the only one at jungle and he can be met upon by both these guys out there. And that is going to be the case as well. Forsmog is going to go down and 5 on 3 is going to be the situation. Now make that a 4 on 3 because Zesby is going to get 1 kill out there. ZXC is going to go down, but still that's going to be the bomber who's making his way onto site, and he could probably end up planting this as well. So that's going to be buy some more time coming out there for Alter Ego Esports as they are slowly getting to their positions. So this should be a really good round coming in their favor if they are going to try to backstab, and that is exactly what Woogie is going to do, and he's going to get that 1 kill right now. Both the guys from the CD side making their way onto CD, and let's see whether they can pull this off. Can they pull this off? And let's see whether they can do it. But no, it's going to be Alessa who's going to get one. Ilub is going to trade him out, and Sukamoto is going to make sure that he is going to get the first map coming out there from Alter Ego Esports. What a play coming out there from these guys. They made sure that the team which was undefeated till now have lost a map, and can they actually build it up and make sure that they are going to win the series? That's just about where we are going to wait and see whether that's going to happen. But what a game coming out there from both these teams. For a moment I really thought that a comeback in this kind of situation would be possible, but then he just shut our mouth, or maybe my mouth, and also the viewers as well, as he was able to get that round for them. What a round coming out, and what a game, in fact.
I mean, Executioners, they played that a little too safe in the first few rounds, and once, their timeout actually came out, they played that adequately, but it felt like by the time they could actually, adapt for a new strategy, Alter Ego Esports, they already had an answer for that, and it felt like the way Alter Ego Esports have been playing it, it has been absolutely astounding. And I feel like in the next round, obviously Dust 2, which is the choice of Alter Ego Esports, I think the scoreline might be looking a little bit towards the favor of Alter Ego Esports. I'm not really going to be taking away anything from Executioners, but since, Alter Ego Esports beat Executioners in their own map, I feel like maybe the dream is going to be real for Alter Ego Esports, the whole lower bracket run.
I mean, yes, that has been really astounding coming out there from Alter Ego Esports, even beating the favorites in the process, making sure that they are, even though they were in the low bracket, they made sure that they were living every round, every match to come down wherever they are right now, right down to the finals.
They are the real dark horse of this tournament. Okay, that was a little bit of a joke since, Team Dark Horse did participate in this tournament. Sadly, they are not here, but guess who is? Alter Ego Esports is going to be here, and they are here to stay because they are going to be getting into the second map in a few more minutes. So
I mean, this is going to be really interesting because right now, as it stands, we still have Alter Ego Esports as well as Executioners. Both of them need to win about a couple of maps right now. So I think that's going to be one thing which is going in favor of Alter Ego Esports, because earlier it was about they had to win about 3 maps, and now they have something they have something at sight. Would say
they've evened out the playing ground right now. As Executioners, both of them, they require 2 maps to win, but let's see how things are going to be going down, because I feel like if Executioners are going to be winning 2 rounds in a row, 2 maps in a row,
maybe, yeah.
That is going to be a sad story.
That's going to be something we are at least not going to leave it out from this map or something. That's going to be at least about 4 maps which we'd be looking at. So I'm really interested to see that, because we are going to finally crown a winner today between both these teams. And speaking about winners, I guess it's time for you guys to see who is going to win amongst y'all, because right now we're going to give about 2 lucky winners who will be getting Steam Wallet giveaway cards as well, $5 worth of cards, and this giveaway is going to go on till the end of today's stream. So if you are lucky enough, you could just win one of them, and maybe even try to get your friends as well onto this giveaway, because $5 is not something really small or something like that. You can probably buy a lot of things as well.
That's like moderate skins in CSGO. no to free skins, so go
Exactly.
ahead.
So if
Look
you
into
want to
the
participate
description.
out there, just get down to the description where you will be finding a link out there, and you can actually get to know how to participate and also get your friends to participate as well, as we will be back with the second map action coming right after this break, and we'll leave you with the highlights of this map in case you guys missed it, as we will be seeing you at the other side of the short break.
friend, I am tired of this stock AK, man. But it still does the job though, right? Yes, I know. But I want to look cool, you know? Why don't you just go to Playtonia.com, man? Play what? stock AK, man. But it still does the job though, right? Yes, I know. But I want to look cool, you know. Why don't you just go to Playtonia.com, man? Play what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is OLDBEAR, also known as Siddarth, Prashanth, and joining me for the second game of today's grand finals is going to be...
This is TANGENBERG, also known as Sriram, Vishaal, and we are here for the second game in this best of 5 finals between OLDBEAR Esports and Executioners in a game of CSGO of First Shot, brought to you by Playtonia with a whopping prize pool of $2,400. And now we are going to see the second map between both these teams, and what a first game it was between both of them. 16-7 backed by OLDBEAR Esports. That was a shocker, I would say. I mean, not a lot of them would have been predicting this, but if you just went by paper, I really thought that Executioners will be winning the first game, and that was clearly not the case. They were even miles away from how they used to play, and I'd say that they really couldn't. I think the first time both of these teams are playing against each other in this tournament, so there was a slight spot for unpredictability, and I think that proved us right as we saw OLDBEAR Esports bringing that first map to themselves with a 16-7 scoreline. And we will be looking into the second one, which happens to be a really tricky one, because when you're going to look at the current stage right now, current status, I would say both these teams, both Executioners as well as OLDBEAR Esports,
they
need about a couple of
level
maps.
Playing field.
Exactly, because initially it was about Executioners having that one map advantage, and they were able to bring that back courtesy of OLDBEAR Esports win in the first map, and now it's all level and we are just here to play for everything. I think both these teams will be giving out blows, and let's see how that's going to work out for both of these guys, because at the end of the day we will be crowning one champion between both of these guys. And speaking about champions and winners, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we have a $5 giveaway for 2 lucky winners in the audience. So if you actually want to win one of these, just get down to the comment section, or actually get down to the description and check out the rules and regulations.
Whenever I do this, I feel like I'm doing something wrong, but it does kind of look like that. But I guess, yeah, go ahead and check out the description and just follow the instructions, so you may avail yourself to win one of those $5 gift cards. We are going to be giving 2 of them throughout today's live stream, throughout this grand final. So go ahead and keep your eyes glued to the goddamn computer screen and enjoy a game of CSGO. And also, avail yourself a chance to win one of those $5 gift cards. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you map number 2 of CSGO between OLDBEAR Esports and Executioners ID.
And also, this is not a map which a lot of people are not familiar with, because this has been one of the maps which I started playing my CSGO
iconic
into.
Map.
I mean, not just iconic, but I would say this brings back a lot of memories, even though it's not the same map which it was before. I would say a lot of people would have started playing CSGO in this iconic map, just like you said. And I will be really intrigued to see who is going to get the second map, because all is at stake at this point of time. And Executioners, usually they saw it slip away in the previous game, and let's see how this is. Can we actually see something different from the next one? I mean, from the previous one. It's just about us to wait and see what the scene is, as we are heading into the first round, and we are going to see Woogie, who's going to open it up with that USP on a Kud's head, and Adrian King is going to trade it off, as we're going to see the T side making their way on to A long doors, while we are going to see the CTs going for a backstab right on a mid. What a ballsy play coming out there. That's not really working out for them, however, because now it's going to be a 2-on-3, but Ileb is going to make sure that he's going to go right in front of that. Even though he was just about 7 HP, he just made sure that he's going all out aggressive out there, and he was able to get that kill. But he clearly knows that there is one more person making his way from the mid area, and Adrian King has a clear idea that he is coming right below him, and let's see whether he can spot him out. It looks like as if the bomb is going to get dropped out there courtesy of the one tap, but Ileb is was going to make sure that he's going to get that 7 HP is what he had, and he was able to get those 2 kills out there. The last 2 kills coming out there from Ilib, which were proving to be really costly. But I think the strat of the CD side making their way onto mid without even caring about the sides, that was pretty risky. And like all high risks, you might get a high reward, or maybe
and
not
also
as well.
ZXC's rotation from the B side was kind of a little slower. I believe if he had actually positioned himself over at the A side just a little bit earlier, the chances of him, you know, making the comeback over at the first round would have been but you know, bygones be bygones. We are going to be getting into the second round. Looks like Alter Ego Esports are going to be going with their traditional 2-1-2 setup, and look at how far Alter Ego Esports are going to be playing over at the A side. We see one person, you know, playing over at the pit area. And we do see the mid control being prioritized by executioners. We see around 4 people, you know, trying to make a move at the mid area right now. We do see CT has been smoked, while we do see Alessa is gonna be boosting his friend over there, trying to get a good position for himself. And it looks like Kud will not be able to pass out this area without, you know, taking a little bit of damage, as the smoke that is probably gonna act like a one-way smoke for the guy who's gonna be boosted up over at CT. And it looks like executioners, they are going to be making their way over towards A short side. And let's see how exactly this is going to be working out for them. There are 2 people over at A side, 1 person who's going to be playing near the pit area, and it looks like he will be forced to rotate. Okay, it looks like the Molotov, that is going to delay a lot of things, but no, it looks like Maze, he's going to be able to penetrate over at A long, and he's going to be able to get the kill onto Vugi, who was playing over at pits. And Tsukamoto, he has to scurry up right now. He is going to be making his way towards A short. He's just making sure that he tries to get as much exits as possible. He does manage to get the kill onto A King, and look at that, he's just crouched out and making sure that his air is not visible. But no, sadly Kud is going to be able to get that kill onto Tsukamoto, and this is once more a back foot for Alter Ego Esports. But look at that, everybody's gone hunting, and it looks like Forsmark might have a chance, but no, sadly he does go down, and Mace finds the kill onto ZXC over at A long doors, and that is going to be round number 2, also going the way of executioners. And this is quite a contradictory start compared to how it was in the previous map.
But never count out Alter Ego Esports, because this was the same scene when they faced out Sky Esports in the low bracket finals.
In the same map.
In the same map, which went down to all the 30 rounds, where we saw Alter Ego Esports coming out victorious with a 16-14 scoreline, which is, I would say, self-explanatory, because even in that game they weren't leading at the point of halftime and all of that. They were able to get it back, they were able to bring it back and eventually bring home that victory and make sure they are here where they are right now, as we are heading on to the 3rd round, back into action. And we're going to see a B side which is going to be taken by totally taken by executioners, where the bomb has been planted as well. While we are going to see the retake coming out there from Alter Ego Esports, a couple of them making their way from mid, while we are going to see Mace trying to spot out the guy who's making his way from upper tunnel, and that happens to be Vugi, and he's going to take down Maze as well. But then there is going to be one more person out there who happens to be at the boxes out there. He's going to go down in a bit, and he's going to go down as well. That's going to be Adrian King as well as Ileb going in quick succession, and that's going to be an easy defuse coming out there for Alter Ego Esports, as they are going to bring their first round into this map, as this is just going to be between one round between both these teams right now.
And look at the amount of guns which have been secured for Alter Ego Esports, and you have to give credit to ZXC. He caught that first kill onto upper tunnels. He actually got the bomber, so you know, the bomb being dropped over at UT just meant that executioners, they were gonna take a little bit more time to, you know, reclaim that bomb and get it planted over at B side, and that eventually allowed the rotation to be made by Vugi towards upper tunnels, and that eventually led to him getting that kill onto Ileb right there. And we do see Zesby, he is going to be making his way on to B right now, as ZXC, he's going to be keeping a keen eye over there, and it looks like he knows, okay, people are going to be making their way onto UT. I guess he's just positioning himself just a little bit better, making sure that he does not get caught out by Zesby's AWP, while Fosmark is going to be playing over at A short. And look at how aggressive Alter Ego is going to be playing, but it looks like mid control is going to be forsaken taken right now, and they are going to be in a tough position. It looks like Zesby is going to be reclaiming that bomb, trying to still play over at the B side. Kud is going to be keeping an eye over at mid, and it looks like things are not going that well right here, as they are going to be taking a lot of time to make their executes happen.
And this is actually proving to be a little tricky out there for executioners, because even though if they are trying to go on to mid, probably the rotations coming in from the guys at A shot is going to nullify that push, I would say, as Kud is going to make his way onto lower tunnels to see if we can spot out a guy out there, as we actually saw Fosmog going down at the same place. And let's see whether they can probably take control of mid area. Maybe they could go on for a B or something like that, because this seems to be the most ideal option at this point of time, because 30 seconds is all they have. The flash coming out there is going to make sure that ZXC is going to get a couple of kills out there, courtesy of that AUT, maybe more, but no, it's going to be Ilum who's going to shut him down. But then that is going to be vital information coming in for the CT side, as they are making their way on to mid, as well as trying to rotate on to B. And let's see how that's going to work out. The smokes and mollies are going to buy some time out there, as Zesby is going for a safe plant coming out there, as he's going to make sure that he's going to get guarded out there. But the molly is going to come out there, he's going to go down. Boogie with a beautiful molly, he's going to take down Ileb, and which is now going to make it even Steven. Just two people for both these teams, an AWP as well as an M4. The same going to be here, an AWP as well as an AK coming out there for this team out there, while we are going to see both the CTs trying to figure out a way where they can come out, either from the door or from the balcony. But then this is going to be Alessa who's going to get all the kills out there. He's going to get both of them, one from the car and the other one out there right in the corner, and that is going to be the second round in a row for Alter Ego Esports. What a retake coming out there from them. And even though Kud was able to get that first kill out there, I think ZXC with that magnificent play coming out there from both those kills was able to make sure that they were able to win that round.
Well, that was, an extremely good strategical retake right there by Alessa, and you have to give credit where it's due. He did not let the AWPer go in first, and with him having the assault rifle, he immediately got the kill onto the guy who was at core. And look at that, Maze is actually trying to get that entry frag out to the guy who's going to be peeking over at A-Long, but Woogie does have the quicker trigger finger, and he is going to be able to get that kill. The Molotov is going to be there over at A-Long doors, making sure that the push is not going to be made right now, but it looks like executioners, they have other plans. Three people are going to be gathered up at mid. Kud is going to be keeping an eye over at mid, and it seems like he has spotted out a player. He is going to be rotating towards the outer side of B, and they need to be careful. They don't have a lot of smokes to work with, so people from CT can get a really good angle, and they might be able to get a pick off. But no, Woogie is actually going to go down right here onto A short, so that is going to be Kud with one kill. 4 versus 4, but executioners, they only have pistol, and only Zesby and Ileb have body armor, so they don't really have a lot to work with, while Alter Ego Esports, they have a lot of utilities to work with also. Tsukamoto, he's going to be playing from the outside of B, and he might be able to spot out a bunch of these players making the rotation. He does hear them moving, and he is going to go down. He's going to be the first guy who goes down. That's going to be 3 guys who go down.
He's going to get about 4 kills out there through that spray coming out there from M4, from his M4. What a play coming out there. That's going to be one more round coming in there. Just look at that. He was able to get a couple of guys from that, and the last bullet is going to make sure that Adrian King is going to go down as well. And he's been, I would say, the sprays coming out there, not just from this map, even the previous one, he was able to get about 3 kills and 4 kills. I
believe Tsukamoto was the top fragger in the previous map, and it might be the same case right now, as Alter Ego Esports, they finally get the advantage in this map. 1 score lead for them, and let's see if they can continue this throughout the game, as Adrian King, he is going to be making his way right there. He is going to be able to get that kill onto Woogie, who is going to be going for an aggressive push over at A short. That is kind of confusing, and that might be 1 person down for Alter Ego Esports, so they might not be able to allocate as much resources to defend mid. And we see Adrian King, he is going to be making his way onto A short. He's just not going to be peeking over at site just yet. Tsukamoto is going to be playing his usual position, just playing outside of B. The smoke setup is going to be there, so this might be a bait, making Alter Ego Esports thinking that might be a mid to B push, while Adrian King and his friends are going to be pushing over at A short. The HE grenade is going to be dealing a little bit of damage right now.
But then Kud is going to go down as well. But this is now a 4-on-4, each of them having 4 players. But then I think Alter Ego are at the disadvantage, because a couple of them were low at this point of time, and that's going to be Ileb who's going to take down first smoke as well. So now it's going to be 1-man advantage coming out there for the T side, as they are making their way onto A to make the plant, while we are going to see the CD side making their way, and probably they're not going for a... They're actually not going for
I
a
guess
retake?
ZXC is going to be the only person who's gonna look for a bunch of exits or something. You know, that being determined by his positioning over at A short.
Oh,
I
but
guess
then
they're
he's going to get
satisfied.
some damage out there. ZXC is going to get just about 13 HP is all he has right now, and let's see how this is going to work out. And I think they have no intention of contesting this, and I don't blame them, probably because they just want to play it a little
They've done
safe
this
at this point
before.
of time, I would say.
They've actually done this before versus Sky Esports, where they full
Oh yes,
bought the
I remember
first
that.
round and
I mean, they full bought for about a round, and they were able to save it for 2 rounds later than that, and that eventually was helping them out because the superior economy in the last few rounds, which happened to be it happened to be really decisive because it was the last 2 rounds which actually brought them from 14-14 to 16-14, and they were eventually able to get those points on board, and they were able to come on to the finals. And I think that's something which they wouldn't want to risk it out, because this is against Executioners as well, one of the top teams as well, even though they were able to manage to beat them in the previous map, and you can never count that away from them. You can never underestimate them because they have been one of the pioneers in the scene for a while as well. So let us see how this is going to pan out for them, as the T side are making their way on to A-Long, and we see a buy coming out there from both these people as well. We see a couple of ops coming on for Alter Ego Esports, as well as a couple of M4s, one of them being an M4A1S, and beautiful play coming out there from iLab as he's making his way on upper tunnel, and he was able to get that guy who was making his way onto the T-base, probably going for a backstab or something like that. That clearly did not work out for them, as we're going to see the Bomber as well as 3 more people coming out there from Executioners onto A-Long, as we are going to see Alessa and Falsmog, both of them watching the same side. It's quite questionable because we still don't have anyone out there who is watching mid, at least from short. We do see one person out there who is guarding mid out there, but that's not really going to give him a lot of information because he's making his way onto CT. But the smoke is going to get primed up, and that is going to make sure that they are going to block out the view from the CT side, where there are a couple of guys, but I think Woogie would be getting boosted up there as he has a superior vision out there. He could probably take a couple of guys out there as he's making his way on A side, and 45 seconds is what they have, and he's going to spot a person out, and that's going to be information coming in the favor of Alter Ego Esports, and he's going to spot him again, but it's going to be Zespi who's going to take him out, and the smoke is going to act as a barricade between both these guys as the Bomber is making his way onto A side, but could probably get another kill out there as he's going to take down the guy who was guarding A short, and this is going to leave Alessa and ZXC as the 2 people alive to get this retake, but they are not going to do that again. And this actually reminds me of the previous game of Alter Ego Esports when they played D2, and I think this is something
It was actually
among the same
Mirage.
lines, I would say.
Sorry, it was actually Inferno.
It was actually the same map. It was D2, where they went on to save for a couple of times, and that really worked out. And let's see whether this is going to be
the full
the same
save
thing.
was actually happening over at Inferno, while the half saves were actually happening in Dust 2. So Alter Ego Esports, they are actually making this work right now, as they do manage to get 1 kill right there onto Zesby. So, you know, consolation prize maybe, denying 1 guy from Executioners their gun, but it feels like their location is gonna be pretty obvious, but it does not look like Executioners, even they don't want to contest Alter Ego Esports. They don't want to go for those risky plays where they try to hunt them down and lose a gun themselves. And I guess the amount of aggression that Tsukamoto played with in the previous game, I don't think he should be playing that in this map, at least because it has not been working out for him. He did perform extremely well as he played outside of B, you know, going for that 4 kill with that M4 spray, but after that it feels like every time he is trying to make this little aggressive play, it is not really working out for him. And let's see how he's going to be doing it right now. Tsukamoto has an M4A1S, a flash, so... And we do see Executioners, they are going to be playing over at LT. Zesby is just going to be spamming over at A-shot, trying to make sure that he can catch a guy off guard. But they need to be careful. It seems like this might be an A setup, maybe, since Maze is going to be peeking over at A-shot. Sadly, nobody is going to be there, so he needs to be careful. There is going to be 1 guy from Alter Ego Esports playing over at CT spawn. And Zesby, though, he is going to get spotted out by the aid of Opper over at the ramp area. Sorry, not the ramp area, the platform area. And ZXC, he knows that, okay, the T side is going to be stacking up right now.
But the boost coming out there from Zesby is going to make sure that probably once the smoke is going to diffuse for a little bit, he could probably get down ZXC, and that is going to be the case as well. The boost is actually helping him out, as that's going to leave just Tsukamoto as the only person who is surviving at B side right now. So let's see how that's going to work out. That's going to be one frag coming in favor of Wookie as well. So it's now going to be a 4-on-4 for both these teams right now. So let's see how that's going to work out, as they are probably going to make their way on a B, because that's going to be one more kill coming in favor of Good, as they are making their way onto B. And we still see Ileb making his way from mid. He could probably get Alessa out here if he's got to go off guard, and that is going to be the case as well. The bomb has been planted, and he's actually going for another save, I guess.
Well, I won't be really surprised. Look at their economy. Woogie only has around $250 and Fosmark only has $0. And the only person who has a significant amount of money is going to be Alessa over at Alter Ego Esports. And I don't believe even he will be able to buy in the upcoming round. Maybe everybody except Fosmark and Woogie will have to settle with their default weapons. Maybe, go for a Deagle or something. And look at Woogie! Oh my god, that wallbang! He just managed to get the kill onto Zesby. And it looks like he's just going to be keeping his eye over at mid, trying to see if he can get a freebie or two. But it looks like Executioner's ID, except for Zesby, they are all going to be making their way onto A side, making sure that they save that gun and fight another day. And yeah, Alter Ego Esports, they seem to be losing their grip over at this game. Tango, what do you think Alter Ego Esports need to do to actually get this game back into their favor? I don't see the aggression which they played with in the previous game.
I mean, I didn't understand why they had to go for a force right now. They just forced it out, and we're going to see about Farmers is coming in as well as a Deagle coming in for Alter Ego Esports, especially with not a lot of them having head armor as well. All of them going just for vests, and let's see how this is going to work out, because right now all they need to do is try to make sure that they are playing it really safe and they are able to get the mid control, because a couple of times they were not able to get that, as Executioners were able to. The main advantage which Executioners are having at this point of time is that they are sticking with their team, and not a lot of splits are coming out from there, except for this round, that is, as they are playing their time and they're just trying to make sure that all the info which they are getting in the first few seconds or first 30 or 40 seconds in the game are going to be useful for them, as that is something which they are doing. As you can see right now, we are going to see about 4 people making their way from Executioners, but it's going to be Woogie who's going to get that first shot, and probably there could be another as well, because Alessa is going to save him in case they are going to spot him out, because Kud is looking at the pit area, and probably if this is just about timing, he could be going down as well, as Alessa is going to get a couple of Deagle shots, and that's going to be right on target, and this is going to leave them into a 5-on-2 as Executioners are making their way on a mid. The Molly is going to delay their push. However, that's going to be one AK as well as an AWPer, which are standing in the way of Alter Ego Esports as well as a win in this round, as we are going to see the mid push coming out there from both these guys, and he is going to spot him out, and he's probably going to go and try to push it out, because a couple of them are there at CT, and that could probably be it. He's actually going to force him out. That's going to be the bomb drop. However, 17 HP is all he has, and he's going to go down as well, as Woogie is going to get his so he's going to get about 3 kills coming in that round as well. So that's a good play coming out there. The first shot coming out there. The flash really helping Alessa to get about a couple of Deagle shots out there. And I actually thought that Good was having a really good angle, and he could probably be able to get the guy at pit, but the flash really ruined their plans, and
he actually looked away from the pit area.
And that was one round heading in way for Alter Ego Esports as well, after 3 rounds coming in favor of the T side. And let's see whether this round is going to be any different than the other. The smoke coming out there is going to blind the guys who are going to spot out the guys at A shot, and let's see how that's going to work out, because we see about 4 people from the T side making their way on tunnels, probably trying to play it really safe or something like that, because we see another couple of guys making their way onto mid as well from the CT side, while one of them is making their way on a B. So this is going to be about a 3-1-1 setup coming out there for the CT side, which is not really questionable, because the way they have been playing, it's more or less like they have been put onto that situation, because the way Executioners have been playing, it's pretty hard to stop them at this point of time, unless you have another person backing your friends up who are at site, and looks though as if they are still waiting out there. 4 of them still at tunnels, 2 of them at upper, and 2 of them at lower, and all of them at lower at this point of time. It looks like they are going on to short, and this should probably let Alter Ego Esports go for a retake at this point of time, because there's just one person who is at car, and not a lot of cover can be in his favor, because he's just stepped outside, and Woogie is going to spot one out, and there's going to be one at A long as well, so he's going to be met upon him, but no, he's going to go down as well. That's going to be a beautiful flick coming out there from Woogie, which is going to make it into a 5-on-4 in favor of the CD side. The bomb has not yet been planted. Maybe now it is just planted right now. 3 of them making their way out there on to A shot. 3 of them from the T side as well. This is going to be a bloodbath coming in, and it's going to be Adrian King who's going to get a couple of them, and he's going to get traded as well. There's one more person. Zesby is going to be the last person out there, and 2 of them making their way from. There's going to be one from long and the other one from short as well. Zesby has a really big task at his favor right now. There's going to be one going in his favor. The plant is going to help him out. However, Woogie against Zesby, both of them being AWPers. He should probably be going for a fake and then trying to bait him out, and he's going to fire one, and that's going to miss as well. Another one botching, and that is going to be a 1v3 coming in favor of Zesby. What a play coming out there from the man, and that came out at a really good situation. I thought for a moment Woogie with that kill out there was able to make sure that he was almost about to secure that round for them, but that clearly was not the case. And a bloodbath coming out there at A shot was actually helping the case of the T side, because that is a lot of time going in favor of them, and that is something which they were looking for as well. And the pot shots coming out there from Woogie really didn't help his case as well, even though they were able to get a round after a long time. They are succumbing to that, and that's going to be 1 round in for Executioners as well. Two rounds are the lead coming out there for Executioners, as they are going for 4 AKs as well as an AWP, while we see Alter Ego Esports forcing it out. We see about a couple of SMGs coming out there, UMP, an MP9, and about an M4 for Farmers, as well as an AWP, as it's going to be Ilab who's going to be the first one who's going to go down for Executioners. And speaking about the map control, we see about a 2-1-2 situation coming out there for Alter Ego Esports. A couple of them at A, one at mid, as well as actually a couple of them at mid, and there's just going to be one person at B. A lot of sounds coming out there from the T side is going to make it obvious that they are going to go for an A long, but a lot of sprays coming out there from the T side is just going to make sure that one of them is going to go down, and Alessa is just missed by a whisker. Just 1 HP is all he has right now. Can he actually stop the rush coming out there? But then we see a backstab coming in from Sukamoto, and let's see whether Mace can actually find him out, because he is actually looking at the right place. As Adrian King is moving right in front, he could probably get a kill as well, as Alessa is actually going on to mid as well. He's trying to make sure that he's going to play it a little safe. Sukamoto is going to be joined by Alessa as well, so this is going to be really risky for both these guys out there, because even though if they are going to try to trade it, just a bullet coming out there from their AK can actually take out Alessa, so they are just waiting time out there. But there's going to be Woogie who's going to get one. He's going to get another as well, and that is going to leave Mace as the last person alive, as ZXE is going to clean that, and that is going to be another round coming in favor of Alter Ego Esports. And this is what I was telling you about. The match between both these teams is going right down to the wire. It's going to be an exchange of rounds between both these teams out here, one of them winning one, and at the next round as well we are seeing the opponent getting another as well. And Woogie with a play coming out there, a couple of kills from the cross,
getting them on the highway,
CD.
man, and that was extremely well played by Alter Ego Esports, and they are just 1 round short of, evening the score line. And it looks like Executioners, they might be forced into rushing over towards A long, and the smoke has been put down right there. Ilab is gonna try to go and secure a bunch of kills, but it looks like everybody from Alter Ego Esports, they've all retreated, and this looks like a very bad situation for Executioners. We already see 2 kills, 3 kills right now, as it's only gonna be a 5 versus 1, as Zesby is gonna be the only person alive. He's just going to be at the cover of the smoke, and Sukamoto is going to be getting that kill by securing that with that UMP. So that is going to be that extra money going his way, and that is going to be Executioners losing 1 more round, and Alter Ego Esports just evening up the score line 6-6. So they are going to be starting off this round in their favor, as they have a lot of money to work with. But this is going to be the buy round for Executioners also. But it looks like their utility game is not going to be as strong as Alter Ego Esports. So I guess they have to be careful about that. They cannot make a lot of risky plays. As we do see Woogie, he's going to be keeping an eye over at mid. We do see the smokes coming in, making sure that he will be able to cross that place. And it looks like this might be a B setup right here, as Adrian King is going to be pushing over aggressively over at mid. Is going to be hiding over at CT right now, as Adrian King and his friends are trying to make that mid control happen. But no, Sukamoto has already made his way, but no, ZXE is going to go down over at B side, and Sukamoto is going to go down, and that is going to be B side getting secured for the side of Executioners. And Alter Ego Esports, I do believe they have the potential to make the retake happen, as the rotations are being made just a little bit slower. Fosmark is going to be able to get that kill onto ZSB, as he is trying to look for that second kill right there, is going to be claiming up that AK. The flash is going to be there, but no, Adrian King is going to kill him through that flash, and he does manage to get the second one onto Alessa. That is going to be Woogie versus the world. And this is going to be quite hard for him to deal with, as he is going to be keeping an eye over at CT. He might be able to spot out a guy right now as he is trying to go for the fire. He is going to be missing that first shot, so that is going to reveal his position. As Adrian King, he is not done yet. He smells blood and he wants Woogie's blood right now, as Woogie is going to try to save this right here over at A shot. I don't think anybody is going to contest him right now, and that is going to be one more round going the way of Executioners. And look at Tsukamoto. He did manage to mount a really good defense, but he was getting sandwiched over at the guys at mid, and also the Molotov right in front of him over at B side. So he was getting sandwiched. I'm not really surprised he went down like that. So we are going to be seeing Alter Ego Esports. They do have some money to go for the buy though.
But I think they're actually forcing it out. I'm not really sure about that. And yes, they are forcing it out. And we see a couple of ops as well as 2 M4s as well as the farmers coming in. And this is going to be the round which they shouldn't be losing at this point in time, because if you're going to look at Executioners, they have enough money to buy out the next one, given that this is just the 14th round and there's just one round away at the end of the first half. So this is a round where Alter Ego Esports need to play really cautious, as they can't afford to lose this round, and probably just go for a save if things are not going in their favor. But then we are going to look at all the 5 people from the T side making their way onto tunnels. We see 3 of them making their way on upper tunnels, while a couple of them at lowers, and let's see how this is going to work out, because we still see 2 people at B for Alter Ego Esports, while Alessa is going to be the sole guy who's going to watch mid out there, while we see a guy who is making his way on A short as well as a guy at A long. But there's going to be Zesby who's going to take the boost again, and he's going to spot out ZXE. But that is not going to be the same thing which happened about 4 rounds ago, as ZXE is going to stand his guard and make sure that he is not going to get taken down. But then Kud is going to go down. Probably there could be another one. He's going to get another as well. ZXE, he might get a third, but no, that's going to be a bot shot. But if he's going to look up right now, he could be met upon by the op from Zesby, as he has a clear idea where he is, as Adrian King is going to get one. The Molly is going to come out, but that is going to unsettle ZXE, and Zesby is going to make sure he's going to pay for it, as 2 on 3 is going to be the situation. Now Tsukamoto is going to spot both of them. A lot of bot shots coming out there is going to make sure that Zesby is going to get another as well. The Molly is going to fend out the guys coming out there from balcony, but both of them are still right at the doors, and let's see whether they can do something. The flash coming out there is going to make sure Alessa is going to fall down as well. Fosmog is left with this task right now to stop the bomb plant, as well as getting another guy and probably going for a retake as well. Let's see how this is going to work out. Zesby is going to make sure he's not going to do that, and that is going to be one round heading in way of Executioners, and that's going to leave a lot of pressure onto Alter Ego Esports, because given that they have lost this and they went for a force buy in this round, they went for a full buy in this round, and that's really not going to help them out in this round, because I guess probably they might get some SMGs and maybe farmers, because that's the only thing they can go for, and also not to compromise on their utilities. And let's see how it's going to work out. We see a couple of scouts coming out there, Kegel and CZ as well as a UMP. So this is actually a lot worse than what I thought it will be, and
yeah,
it'll actually be a surprise if Alter Ego Esports are able to get this round, because this is clearly not something which might be going in their way should they afford to make a single mistake out there, as they are making their way out there onto mid as well as A long, and looks like they are going to push it out from A short and long as well, as Maze as well as another person out there are making their way along with the bomber out there. Spam is going to come out, and Maze is going to get that first frag, but Fosmok is going to soon follow out there to the shot coming out there from Zesby, as they are making their way onto A, as well as the guys from the CT side who are making their way onto CT. 3 of them, all of them lined up at CT, and let's see whether this is going to help them out. The one-way smoke coming out there is going to reveal Zesby's position, but that's not really going to matter for them, as they are going to secure the plant, and that is going to be ZXE who's going to fall as well. So Tsukamoto as well as his teammate are trying to make their way, but there's a couple of shots coming out there from Les, and Tsukamoto are going to make sure that this is now into a 2-on-2. What a play coming out there. The Molly is going to give them a lot of time. It's going to buy them a lot of time. Maze as well as one more person who are waiting slowly out there, and that's going to be Tsukamoto who's going to get another. That's going to be Adrian King, the last person alive. He's going to spray down a person. Alessa is left with this task right now. He doesn't have a kit as well, so he has to take him down, but that clearly was not the case. What a round, however, for both these teams, even though Executioners were able to get that. That was a ballsy play coming out there from the 2 guys who were making their way from A short, because all they had was just a P250 as well as a CZ, and they were able to make this into a 2-on-4 into a 2-on-1, which was eventually clutched by the person who was
Adrian
there.
King. I mean, he played that extremely well. He held a very tight angle until the end, and that eventually allowed him to, win that round for his team. And now that the sides have been switched, let's see if Alter Ego Esports have anything working out for them. Because as it looks right now, Executioner's ID, they have that slender 3-round lead. Not really a huge deficit, but it looks like Alter Ego Esports, they need to pick up their slack. They need to make sure that they got this covered. As we are going to be looking at Kud, he is going to be met upon with 3 people over at the B side, but sadly they have not really spotted out the bomber yet, so they can, play it a little bit safer, as the bomber is going to get spotted out right now by Adrian King. So that is going to be a lot of information getting given, so they know that the bomb is still over there at T-spawn, and Alessa and his friends, they are making the plays happen right now, and suddenly this is going to be a 4 versus 1, as Kud is going to be making his way onto T-spawn, trying to get that kill, but no, Alessa is going to be getting that kill onto Kud, and that is going to be one round going the way of Alter Ego Esports, and they are starting off the second half on a very high note, and that is going to give them that little bit of money to go for the buy and make sure that the next round is also going to be secured. Just making sure that the deficit is going to be as low as possible as they try to make the comeback as real as possible.
And we are heading into the 17th round of this game, the second map between both these teams in this BO5 finals, as this is going to be forcing SSB as well as his teammates into pistols right now. They're not even buying it, and it makes sense as they are making the rush onto upper tunnels, and that is not really going to work their favor because Fosmok is going to get that 1 kill out there. He might even make sure that ZXC is going to get another, and that is going to be a 5-on-3 all of a sudden, and that's just going to leave one person at B, and who happens to be Adrian King, and he's pretty much good with pistols, and probably I won't be surprised if he's going to get a kill out there as well. And rightly said, he is going to get one as well, and there is still another person out there, and just with 3 HP, I'm not really sure whether he can do this, but it's going to be Kud who is going to make his way out there onto the head of, he was about to get that kill, but then it was Woogie who came out victorious in that duel, and that's going to be Adrian King, the last person surviving. So that's going to be an easy plan coming out there for the T side. That could probably be one more run coming in their favor, and Adrian King is not going to spot him out, and Sukamoto is going to get that kill out there, and that was a quite eventful round coming out there for Alter Ego Esports, a round which they were waiting for a long time, because the second half is really bringing them a couple of rounds, and that is narrowing the deficit into just one round between both these guys, and probably this round will be, I think it might have a chance that it might be a lot different than the previous 2 rounds, given that both these teams are going to go on to their full buys right now. And the T side, of course, none of them will be going. Just about one of them will be going for a full buy, because all the 4 of them have had their weapons intact, and they're not even going for their upgrades as well. So that makes sense, because it's all about the economy from this point, apart from the mind games.
I guess it's just the usage of utilities, and I feel like Alter Ego Esports, they are gonna prioritize on making sure that they don't upgrade their weapons and instead get more utilities to work with. And it feels like it doesn't matter what choice of guns they're using, it's just that if their positioning and their skills are just gonna be at the right time, at the right moment, they are gonna be winning this pretty easily. And we do see Kud though, okay, he is gonna be pushing over at A long, he's just gonna be positioning himself in a very good place right now, and he might get spotted out though, so they need to be careful. The smoke is going to be hiding him for a little while, and it looks like Alessa though, he is going to be going for the reload at the wrong time, and Kud is going to be getting 2 kills in a row, while this is going to be Alter Ego Esports making their way on to B right now. Ilub and one of his friends are going to be keeping an eye over there, Zesby and Ilub, and it looks like the smoke is going to allow them the information that Alter Ego Esports are going to be making their way on to B, and it looked like Zesby, he is not going to be able to get that kill right there, and he is going to get spotted out, and Zesby is going to go down, and that is going to be an easy plan for Alter Ego Esports. A 3-on-3 situation. Let's see if the retake is going to be possible for Executioner's Diary, as we do see Maze, he is going to be pretty low, and it looks like they're all going to be running away. They want to save this guns because they don't have a lot of money to work with, and
not just that, they don't have a kit as well, so any chance of a retake is not going to really help them out, because the 50% chance of them losing this round is really going to affect them, because that might even be one op going in their favor should they just go for the retake. Because looking at their economy, just about a couple of them having some money, at least just about $100 and $700 respectively, and it's actually a wise choice for them to save rather than go for the retake, and rather than lose the round as well, because the next round can be something different if just about a couple of them are
They
going for
need as
pistols.
much armors and as much guns as possible. They only have 2 body armors on their side, and Alter Ego Esports, this is going to be quite a classic victory for them. You know, just making sure that they bait out over at one side and make the plays on the other. And it was, you know, a good decision that Executioners decided not to push. And as you said, the economy game is coming into play right now, and it looks like Alter Ego Esports, they are going to be taking the longer end of the stick right here, as they have a lot more money to work with and a lot more utilities to work with, while Executioners, they did buy guns on all of them, but it looks like 4 of them don't really have head armor right now. And Woogie, he is going to be keeping an eye over at mid, he's going to be keeping an eye over at A short. As Zesby though, he with that boost, okay, that is going to be a
That's actually a good boost coming out there. He can probably spot out the guys who are making their way on A shot, and that rightly said is going to be 1 kill coming in favor of Zesby. But Boogie is going to get met upon by Hadron King. What a shot coming out there from the op, and he could probably get another one as well, as we see another person pushing out there. Alessa as well as Fosmok have a clear idea that people are there at A shot, and looks like they are trying to do it. They're trying to go for, they're actually going for it, and which is quite surprising me, because this is not what people usually do when it's a 3 on 5 or something like that, and they decide to play it literally safe right now, as there's going to be one more person who's guarding mid out there, and Maze is going to make sure that Fosmok is going to get paid with that, and this is going to be a 5 on 2 situation in favor of Executioners, so that might be a good round coming in their favor should they just get those 2 people who are at A shot. And looks like they are sandwiched at this point of time. We see a person coming out there from lower tunnel. There's going to be people coming out there from A shot as well. Alessa is going to be the last person surviving. He's already been able to take one, but no, there seems to be too many people for him to focus at one point, and that is going to be one round coming in Executioner's favor. Their first round in the second half, and let's see how that's going to build on for them, as the lead between the difference between both these teams is just about a round, and that could probably, you know, that actually sums up this map till now. I would say all of them playing it out, exchanging blows to one another, and making sure that this is as live as possible, as we are gonna see the 20th round in this game. As we see a buy coming out there, we actually see a full buy coming out there, and not much of utilities, however, and just one of them going without head armor. And we, however, see a push coming out there from lower tunnels from the T side, which is, I think they really want to go for a mid push or something like that, because, or maybe go for an A shot push or something, because when you're going to look at the mid control, usually Executioners are just playing with one person who is usually at mid, compared to Alter Ego Esports, who usually had a couple of guys out there to guard mid. So this could probably go in favor of Alter Ego Esports if they are deciding to smoke off CT as well as try to go for a B or something like that, because it could be pretty easy for them. The flash coming out there is literally going to unsettle Lesser out there, Zadran King, as well as one more person who's right outside the doors from B are going to be the only people who are going to guard it. And we are going to see Ruby, who's going to spot him out. A lot of bot shots coming out there, but then 4 people making their way on to B are going to make sure that he's going to get paid out there, as Sukamoto is going to get He's going to take down Maze as well. Zaspi and Adrian King are going to get a couple of kills out there. Adrian King being the one person alive at B. He's going to get another shot at there, and that is going to make sure that the bomber is going to get trapped out there near the door, and he has no idea. However, there's going to be a spray coming in, but that clearly is not going to work out. Just one person going down to Sukamoto. Skud is going to make sure he's going to get that.
That was a really good attempt coming out from Alter Ego Esports. They executed that perfectly, but it felt like the guys who were already over at the B side, that was, you know, Adrian King and Zesby, they just made sure that that site was impenetrable. And we are going to be going for a pause right now, a tactical pause from Alter Ego Esports. So
no, it's actually coming out there from Executioners, and looks like they are just waiting it out and trying to see if they can work out with any other strats, because right now they are on the front foot, 2 rounds in their favor, and they also have their economy to their favor. Not really what Alter Ego Esports have at this point of time. Just about 2k is what they have. Just one of them having about 2.9 grand, and that's pretty tricky, and they are in a messy situation right now, as in about 10 more seconds we'll be seeing the 21st round go live at this point of time. And if in case Executioners are going to win this round right now, this could probably be the nail in the coffin, as Alter Ego Esports will have a really hard task from getting from that far to get back onto the, you know, onto a lead or something
getting
like
into a match-winning situation. As we do see Woogie, he is gonna get spotted out right now. The Molotov is gonna dissuade them from going for the push over at A long. Now Tsukamoto, look at him, he is ballsy AF. He is gonna be making his way onto A side, and it looks like A side is gonna be completely free. Tsukamoto, it looks like the guys who are gonna be defending A side are gonna be playing over from highway. As Kud is gonna be able to spot out 2 people, he is gonna be able to get the kill out of Tsukamoto and Postmark, while we do see a lot of people going down, and it looks like this is a, a very even and a very predictable way for Executioners to win this, not really losing anyone, since it was an eco round for the side of Alter Ego Esports. But nonetheless, that was a very good attempt from Tsukamoto to go ahead and try to clear out the A side on his own. But sadly, noble ideas do not really win you games. As we do see, this is going to be the buy round for Alter Ego Esports. Let's see.
And this is actually going to be really tricky for them because they're going for 4 AKs versus an AWP, and while Executioners have a couple of them, however, I mean a couple of them as well as M4s and farmhouses, and they have a lot of utilities as well, which is clearly not the case for Alter Ego Esports. Not even a single molly coming in their favor, just about 3 smokes, and all of them having at least a flash with themselves, and also a HE grenade coming out there for smoke. As let's see what they have in store. We actually see the CT side pushing it out really aggressive, as Kurt is making his way on a double doors. He's going to make sure that people who are making their way on a double doors from the T-spawn are going to be met upon by himself, as he's got a molly as well. So if he wants to delay some time, if they are going to play the time game, he could be really of a lot of use if he's going to stop them out from rushing out there, as we are going to see the T side playing it really safe, given that they have a lot of things to cover at this point of time, a 3-round deficit to cover, and a lot of economy which needs to go in their favor as well, for which they'll anyways have to win the round. As we also see the Bomber, who was initially about to make a move on to B, he's coming back onto A long doors, as well as Zesby is making his way out there, as he's going to get one kill right onto Alessa, who was making his way onto mid, and this is going to be about 3 guys making their way onto A long, and Kud is going to be right outside, and the flash is going to blind them, however, and let's see whether Kud can actually take down a couple of guys out here, and Tsukamoto is going to hit him as well as like probably he could have hit another person as well.
He just ran into the crosshair, man. Could just made the biggest mistake of his life.
That wasn't even supposed to be him. I mean, in fact, it was supposed to be the guy who was at long, but that clearly was not the case. Could really was, I think, a bit anxious about that, and that clearly cost him his life, and that is going to cost Executioners a lot of time, and also the A site as well. So this is something which Alter Ego Esports have been waiting for a while, and that is going to be Fosmog who's going to get one, but he's going to get traded upon by Zesby. That's going to be the second kill for Zesby in this round, and make that Woogie, who is going to make sure that he is going to get Zesby down, and that's going to be one round which they have been waiting for a long time, I would say, as they are just reducing this deficit to just 2 rounds, as 10-12 is the scoreline as it stands. 2 rounds in the favor of Executioners, and they're just 4 rounds away from winning this map.
But Executioners actually have a lot of money to buy with.
Exactly. I mean, so that is not really going to be something which they would be worried about, at least for this round.
That was just collateral damage, man, that previous round right there. Very unfortunate for Kud right there. But we are going to be seeing a 2-3 setup over right here, as Zesby is going to be getting that initial frag onto Woogie. So Woogie is not going to be getting that entry frag as of now, as Fosmark is going to be making his way onto A short. Kud is going to be defending that with his life. I believe I have to give the advantage to Kud right now, as he has a very better angle, and we do see ZXE, he is going to be taking tons of damage over at the long side, so he needs to back off right now, as a bomber is also going to be there, and it looks like he knew exactly where Fosmark is going to be, and that is going to be an easy kill going his way. And look at that, Alter Ego Esports, they're just going to be swapping out their guns, making sure that the guy who goes first does not die. And it looks like Maze, he is going to be in a good position. He's going to be getting the kill onto ZXC. That is going to be the AWP going down, which is going to be picked up by Tsukamoto. No, he's just going to be getting the kill with the AK, but no, Agent King is going to be there over at highways, and he's going to be getting the return kill onto Tsukamoto. The bomb has been reclaimed, and maybe Alessa has a chance to get the plant going, because if he does get that plant, Alter Ego Esports, they can actually go ahead and full buy the next round. But
no,
he
but
also has
I don't think he will be going for the plant at this point of time, because even though that's going to be a lot of money, if he's not going to pick at least a guy or 2 from now on, I think a plant will be really hard for him, at least in this point of situation, because if he is going to go for the plant, that would probably be one op down for them, and he is actually going to spot out Adrian King out here. He's going to throw out his molly. He's going to flick it right onto him, and I think he's really brought this round to life, I think, because he is going to make his way onto A, probably trying to spot out Kud, but no, that is going to be Kud who's going to take that kill out here, and possibly an op as well coming in favor of Executioners. And more importantly, they're just 3 rounds away from winning this match, I would say, and that's actually a lot of a lot of positive energy coming into their team, I would say. A lot of I think the morale of their team is generally being affected by this. The case that it has been so close till now, and then it's about this 2-round lead coming in the favor of Executioners. That's clearly not going in the favor of Alter Ego Esports. They have about 6 rounds to win this. Looks like they are going for a rush, given that they are just onto the pistols. One of them with the pistol, and the other one of them with the P250, and a couple of deagles coming out there. Kud is going to be the first one who's going to get a kill out there. He could probably get another as well, as Zesby is going to spot out a couple of guys. He's going to get one. He could probably get another one as well, but that is going to be a bot shot coming in, and that is going to be ZXC who's going to be the person who is out there. And Fosmok is probably going to get one, but Isla comes right on time, and he's going to save his friend out there. The smoke could probably help his case out here, as ZXC is going to be the last person alive. He could probably get a kill out here if Zesby is going to go and try to take a kill out of him, but that is going to be the case right now, as Executioners are inching away.
They're just very close to victory right now.
I mean, just about 2 rounds, and I think this map is certainly going to be in their favor, and we will probably be going on for the 4th map as well. And that's how the game is. This game is going right down to the wire, and I think if Executioners are going to settle this out, that will be a lot of I think that will have the task cut out, because if they are going to get this, then in the next 2 maps, it's only about 1 map which they need to win after that, and that will be it. And let's see how that's going to work out, because we are going to look at the bomb as well as one more person coming out there who are making their way on upper tunnels, and we see a buy coming in there from Alter Ego Esports as well, but at the cost of the utilities, I would say, because just about flashes and smokes are what they have. Just about 1 molly coming in for the bomber especially, and LSA is going to go down, and that's going to leave Executioners with a man up. And let's see whether they can probably get this round an inch closer to the victory, because that seems to be evident, because right now I think Executioners have it, and they are far from losing it, because in terms of their economy as well as their morale and the number of rounds which they have to their advantage, they seem to be far more superior right now. And it will take a miracle for Alter Ego Esports to pull out one out of the bag, because we have seen a lot of times we have seen a 4-round lead, especially this kind of situation, going in the favor of the team which was trailing by it. And can we actually see something like that? It's just about time where we are going to see that, as it's going to be Woogie who's going to get one for his team, and Maze is going to hear the sounds from the guy who is making his way on a mid, and ZXC could probably get another one as well, and that is all of a sudden going to be a 4-on-3 in favor of Alter Ego Esports, as Ilub is going to spot out one person, and he's going to do a lot of damage on ZXC, and ZXC is going to go down, and the bomb has been planted at A as well. So that is something which Executioners have to take a call on right now, because if they are going to take a pick right now, that would be probably a good retake coming in their favor, as Kud is making his way onto A-Long. He could probably spot both the guys who are making their way on side. We have an Oppo as well as an AK coming out there for the T side, and that is going to leave Kud being unattended, as he's going to get one out there courtesy of the molly coming in from Zesby, and Sukamoto is going to be the last person to survive, and no, he's going to go down as well. That is going to leave Executioners into match point, and we are just 1 round away to see if Executioners are going to take a map for themselves as well. And that, I thought the T side were almost able to pull this one out, but then the most important thing in that round was Kud making his way all the way from A-Long up to just right next to the bomb without even being noticed out there. And I think I would also say it's probably because of the distraction being made by the Oppo, who was at A-Shot. He was able to do a lot of damage courtesy of the molly as well, and that allowed a lot of time for
that just
Executioners
flushed them out
to
of
make
the
sure.
site.
Exactly, it was able to make sure that Executioners were able to make it on site, and also make sure that they were able to defuse the bomb. And Zesby is making his way onto mid, and he is going to get noticed upon by Woogie, but a lot of bot shots coming out there from the AK is going to make sure that he is going to live to fight another round, as we are still going to see the T side still indecisive on what to do at this point of time, because Woogie is still with the bomb, as he's making his way on to tunnels right now with a couple of guys from his team, while we are going to see a 2-1-2 setup coming out there from the CT side. Executioners are playing it really slow. They are just waiting to make sure that Alter Ego Esports are going to make the first mistake so that they can make the most of it, as they just one round away and they really don't want to take any risks at this point of time, as iLab is going to be the guy who is right on top of that box out there to spot out the guys coming out there from upper tunnels. And let's see how this is going to pan out right now, because we have just 5 AKs with Alter Ego Esports, as we are going to see ZXC who's going to spot out the guy at B at A
at the pit area. That is
pit.
going to force out a little bit of a rotation coming out from the guy over at B who was sitting there. So B is going to be defended by just one guy, while one guy is going to be keeping an eye over at mid. But it seems like they know this is going to be a fake, so iLab is going to recall his teammate for backup, and that is going to be one kill going down. But no, Boogie is going to be able to get that kill. Maze is going to go down though, so this is going to be a 3 versus 3, and the backstab is going to be made by ZXC over at the pit area. Boogie is going to be able to get the kill on the mid, and look at this right here. ZXC is keeping an eye over at the mid area, making sure that none of them actually pass over. But no, Adrian King is going to be over at A short, and the bomb plant has already been made. So this is going to be quite difficult. Adrian King is going to be just saving that gunfight there. He knows that okay, this round is a loss for them. So this is going to be Alter Ego Esports surviving with just one more round going for them. So Executioners, they are. Yeah, they're just having a little bit of trouble right now. Maybe I think this round unsettled them quite a bit.
I mean, I think that moment where the guy who was, with iLab, who was at B side, the moment he just stepped outside B and he went on to mid, that made sure that the T side were able to get inside and make sure that they have the control of the site. And by the time they were able to make the plant, that actually made them realize that they had no more time for them to go for the retake. And by the time that happened, we actually saw the bot shots coming out there from Maze, which actually made him pay, as Woogie was able to get both the kills out there in B, and he was able to secure the site for the Alter Ego Esports side. And that was pretty sad coming out there from Executioners, but I think they have learned their lesson, and I think they wouldn't want to repeat the same thing again, as we are gonna see a timeout coming out there from Executioners. And it's quite good that they are coming out with a timeout at this point of time, because that's actually stopping the flow coming out there from Alter Ego Esports in one way, and on the other way, I would say that that's actually giving them some more time for Alter Ego Esports to think about what they have in store and what they have in mind and what execution they might be trying to do at this point of time, because this is just about 4 rounds between a victory in Alter Ego Esports, while we are gonna see Alter Ego Esports with a full buy with all the utilities stacked up, and also with armor as well as helmets with them, while we are going to see the complete opposite for Executioners, while they just with the default USPs, and also with 3 deagles coming out there for Executioners, as Woogie is going to be the first one who's going to get that kill out there, and he is probably going to get unless is going to be the guy who's going to get another one, as well as iLab is going to make sure that Tsukamoto is going to get traded off, courtesy of the kill coming out there from him, as Adrian King is going to be at CT, and he's going to get spotted out there by Frostmog. He came just about a second lane, or else I think Boogie would have survived that as well, but the bomb is still at base, as Alessa is going to try to take it out. So iLab has a clear idea that there was a guy who was making his way on to T base, as he's going to be the last person surviving. But one good thing is that he was able to get that AK, which was at tunnel, and I think he's going to be met upon by ZXC right now.
He's going to lose it. He is going to lose it if iLab is going to be peeking over at A short, and it looks like the timing game coming from both of these players, ZXC and iLab, it is going to be quite weird, and the bomb has been planted right now, and let's see if Executioners, they are going to be making a little bit of a move.
So that's some sound coming out there from ZXC, and I think that is going to leave iLab a little bit unsettled, and he must be looking at both these sides at this point of time. And right now it's going to be the hunt game which is going to begin, as we see Frostmark, who's just waiting patiently at A long to see if there might be any exits coming out there from iLab, but that clearly is not going to be the case, as ZXC making his rotation right from lower tunnel onto upper tunnel, right from B side, and this could probably be met upon by iLab in case if he's not going to spot him out, but he's going to get spotted. But the wall is going to make sure that he is going to get saved, at least for this point of time. The nade coming out there is probably going to do some kind of damage out there. Just 11 HP is all he has, but he survives to fight another round, as Executioners are just 1 point away from winning this, and they are, I think they're right now stagnant at that point. 2 rounds they have been losing at quick succession, and That's clearly not going their way, and I think Alter Ego Esports are trying to make sure that
And
they
look
are
at the
going to use it.
executioners. I don't
And
know
they
why they
actually went for scouts, which is quite questionable because they had enough money to go
I
for.
feel like they're just playing around right now at this point of time. Like they know, okay, they have their game and they're just going to be saving enough money to make sure that, okay, in the next round, they're going to go ahead and go on full serious.
Or maybe this is a good play coming out there from executioners, because maybe if they lose this round, they really wouldn't have had enough money to go for a full buy. Should they have bought an M4 and maybe an AWP or something like that, and that is the reason why they are getting it. And that makes sense because they are making their way on a B right now. But now it's going to be Ilab who is going to spot out a lot of people, and that is all of a sudden going to be a 3v1 coming in favor of executioners, as ZX, he's going to be the last person alive. He's going to go, he's going to make the plant, and he's going to make sure that all the 3 people are not going to make the retake, because this is going to be a Herculean task coming in front, as Ilab is going to be the person who is going to defend it. And within seconds we are going to see executioners almost, I think it's quite evident that they will be backing this map, I guess, because at this point of time this is going to be really hard for ZXC. He's not even full HP as well, so it's not going to really help his case, I would say.
Well, it certainly won't, but I guess he will have to try right now because it's now or never. He's going to be flashing over at LT.
Is this what I call timing? Because there's a guy coming right onto lower tunnels, and he is going to get sandwiched at this point of time, as Maze is going to spot him out, and I think he really didn't spot him, as Ilab is going to make sure that that is going to be a map secure for executioners. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Executioners beating Alter Ego Esports for 16-12 in the
their
second
own map. Which was, by the way, this map Dust2 was chosen by Alter Ego Esports, so I guess we can see a pattern right there, Tango. The enemy picks the map and we win that, and I feel like that next map is going to be quite a thrill to watch, because right now the scoreboard is 1-1, but if executioners do win the next map, they are going to be taking home the lion's share of the money.
That's practically because they have this one map advantage since they had moved on to the finals from the upper bracket. So that's by default giving them a 2-1 advantage at this point of time. So it's just about one map which all they need to win this game, to win this tournament, and also to get that prize pool of a lion's share of $2,400 US. And I think that is just going to be really tricky, because the way both these teams have been playing, the amount of the quality.
They're just like very, very even, man, and the amount of tactical play that Alter Ego Esports is actually making. Like, even though I know both of these guys are performing extremely well, I have to give the credits to Alter Ego Esports because they made the lower bracket run all the way from there.
The first match they played on the playoffs, they lost 16-6 or 16-7 to MYNZ, and they just dropped down to the lower bracket. And ever since that, they have never looked back, and they have been giving really dominant performances, 16-2, 16-7 and 16-10 against the top teams, and also not to forget the 16-14 and 16-12 score.
I mean, those were extremely good. And,
those were classics,
Sky Esports, man. I mean, Sky Esports. I remember Eugene playing that, especially that one over at Dust2, especially like, the exact same scenario. But Alter Ego Esports made it all the way to the finals, and right now they have that one-score lead. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to know what is up next from Playtonia, any new tournaments coming up, any other games which you want an esport tournament, go ahead and like our Facebook page, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and follow us on Instagram, because Instagram is probably the best way to convey information.
It's pretty simple. You get the point. Just stay updated. Try to follow our social media handles so that you stay updated and you don't get to miss any of our tournaments which we'll be hosting anytime soon. And also, not just that, we still have our $5 giveaway with a couple of lucky winners of today's stream will be winning a $5 Steam wallet giveaway. And if you want to participate on that, just get down to the description and you'll be finding the link out there, and also the terms and conditions and the rules on how to participate on that. And if you're lucky, at the end of the stream, just tune in to the end of stream till the end of the stream, as well as we will be letting you guys know who are the winners. And if you guys actually joined us right now, and if you missed the action, I think this is about time where we are going to show you the highlights, as we will be back with the next map between both these teams, because right now the scoreline is 2-1 in favor of executioners, and everyone's pretty eager, including me, to see what is going to be the scene in the next map, as we will be joining you in the other side of the break, while we will be leaving you with the highlights of the previous map.
But we
My friend, I am tired of this stock AK, man. But it still does the job though, right? Yes, I know. But I want to look cool, you know? Why don't you just go to Playtonia.com, man? Play what? AK, man. But it still does the job though, right? Yes, I know. But I want to look cool, you know? Why don't you just go to Playtonia.com, man? Play what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is OLDBEAR, also known as Siddarth Prashanth, and joining me for what could be the final game of today's grand finals is going to be...
This is TANGENBERG, also known as Sriram, Vishaal, and we are here for the fourth map right now between Executioners as well as Alter Ego Esports, as we are going to see who are going to be the guys who are going to win.
It's just an inside joke, ladies and gentlemen. That is why we are actually laughing. But I guess, you know, things are going pretty well right now. And Executioners, they only need one more map actually to get the victory secured for them. And this is looking to be quite hard for Alter Ego Esports. The previous map was actually getting very close. I feel like once the second half actually hit and the scoreline, the deficit between these teams actually went for more than 3 rounds. It felt like all hope was lost for Alter Ego Esports. They could not really reclaim it back.
I mean, yes, you were right. When you were looking at the halftime and all of that, and even the rounds post the halftime, it was pretty even. We saw all these teams having just about a round or two as a deficit between both these people, and at some point of time we saw the momentum slip away from Alter Ego Esports, and that is when Executioners tried to make it into their own favor, and they were able to ultimately get the victory as well, as a lot of crucial rounds were not even going in favor of Alter Ego Esports, as well as you actually saw the couple of rounds where we saw about Alter Ego Esports getting the advantage, getting about 2 quick kills. Maybe even the one where we saw one of them having a couple of kills at A long, and that actually had Executioners on the back foot, but they were able to clutch it out from there, and they were able to get those wins, and they were able to get those rounds rolling for themselves as well.
I feel like what Alter Ego Esports were doing in the first half of the game, they actually had this tendency, like when a lot of their people were actually alive, they were performing with a lot of confidence, especially Sukamoro. Like he's just sprayed down 4 people over at mid. It was all happening when they actually had an amount of backup going for them, but once it came down to, you know, clutch situations, Executioners, they were performing extremely well, but Alter Ego Esports, it felt like they just got a little bit nervous, and I mean, they were performing a little bit inadequately, or
I would also agree with that, because most of the times when we are seeing rounds where there was a clutch situation or something like that, we saw it go really close, and we saw it go down to the wire where we saw 1-on-1, and which was not really going on to the favor of Alter Ego Esports for majority of the time. But can we actually see something of that sort again, or are we going to see something different from what we had seen in the previous 2 maps, as we will be heading into Overpass? And right now we are going to see Executioners with a 1 map advantage, and they are leading right now with a 2-1 scoreline. And Alter Ego Esports have, you know, they have a big task right now. They have a huge task.
They need to win 2 rounds.
Exactly. They need to win both the maps from now on, and there's no looking back at this point of time, as Executioners will want to end this as soon as possible, because when you're going to look at the next map, that's going to be Train, and that is a map which Alter Ego Esports are really good at. So Executioners, I would think, if I'm there in their situation as well, I would probably try to end this right away, so that I'd have an early, you know, shower back home or something like that, because that's how they want to do it right now. Because Executioners, if they are winning this, it's a task cut out for them.
Yeah,
but
like
right now they still have the advantage.
it's gonna be very easy. And as you said, you know, going home and taking a shower might be their motivation to actually just end this game. Just kidding right there. But we do see Executioners, they are going to be playing it a little bit slower right now. We do see a B setup coming right there. Kud is going to be making his way onto B short, keeping an eye over at Connectors, while Zerexy, he's going to be keeping an eye over at B short himself. But it looks like Executioners, they might play this a lot slower than we just thought, as we do see them actually rotating back onto Connectors, and they are going to be going over to A short, and it looks like Alter Ego Esports, they will be able to make the rotation. Not in time though, as it feels like Executioners, they are going to be all out into the side right there. There is going to be one guy at Bank and one guy at Trash. He is going to be getting the kills right there. Maze is going to be getting the first kill onto Woogie, while everybody is going to be lining up right now as Adrian King is going to try to get that kill. Tsukamoto is going to be able to get that kill right there onto the guy who's on side, and he does go to the guy over near the bank area. Adrian King though, he's going to be able to get that kill onto Tsukamoto, and this has suddenly turned out into a 1 versus 3 situation, as this is going to be quite difficult for them to deal with. We do see the guy going towards Bang, but no, Adrian King is going to be there, and he is going to meet Frostmark with a bullet to his face, and that is going to be the first round going the way of Executioners, and that is saying a lot because things are going really well for them, and they did not really lose a lot of people too. They only lost 2 people in this first round, and that is going to be a lot of money saved and a lot of money actually getting denied for Alter Ego Esports. So let's actually see how this is going to be going on. Alter Ego Esports are going to be buying out pistols right now. I guess they don't really want to...
They're actually not going to go for any buyout there. Just about a couple of them with a P250 as well as a CZ, because they don't want to take any risk at the point in time, as it's pretty much a CD-sided map especially, and that's not really going to help them out if they are going to go for a full buy. And even if they are going to lose this round, that won't be a lot of things to lose for them should they just go for a default and maybe just 1 or 2 of them going for a pistol or something like that. And that is exactly what they did at this point of time, and that is actually going to leave Executioners on the back foot, because right now they have a 3 versus 4 situation, 1 person down for them compared to the 4 people who are alive for Alter Ego Esports. And we are going to see Woogie, he might be met upon by 3 people out there. A first shot coming out there is going to make sure that Kud is going to go down, and Maze is going to do and make sure that he is going to avenge his death out there. ZXC is going to get one as well, and probably he would get another one as well, and he manages to take about a 52 HP out there onto Maze, and that is going to leave him as the last person alive, as Alessa as well as Forsmoke are making their way out there. And I think Forsmoke can actually get this done for his team, because he has a really good angle, and that would be it. Alter Ego Esports are going to get 1 round for themselves, as the score line is going to be 1-1 favoring them.
And that is also going to be an AK going the way of Alter Ego Esports, the one which he got from that kill right there. And you have to give credits to Frostmark right there. He had, like, he predicted, okay, the last guy from Executioners is going to be making his way from toilets. He had his crosshairs lined perfectly, and he just waited for the last guy to, you know, run into it, and he got that kill pretty easily. And we are going to be seeing Executioners, they are going to be going for a semi-buy right now. 1 AK and 4 pistols coming up, 4 deagles actually. And let's see how this is going to be working out. Frostmark is going to be backing off, as he knows, okay, A short is going to be compromised, as Park is going to be occupied by the players from Executioners, as Frostmark and his friend are going to be backing off onto side right now.
And this is actually a good play coming out there from Executioners. We see about 3 of them making their way from A long, while a couple of them are going to go at A short. They are looking to, you know, cover out A and probably even try to, you know, they try to clean it out at connectors as well, as they look to be heading on for an A push maybe, because they have a really good map control at this point of time. They have the A side pretty much easy for them, as Ilib as well as his teammates are making their way out there from toilet out there, while we still see one person who happens to be Zespi, who is watching the backstab especially connectors as well. So any sort of rotations coming out there from Alter Ego Esports can be met upon by a couple of guys right now. Just one smoke in it for Executioners in the form of Maze, and let's see whether this is going to go in their favor. We are going to see Woogie, who's going to get one, while Frostmoke is going to get another one as well. He's going to spray it out and get about both the guys who were at A long, and while this is just about 2 people right now, Zesby as well as Adrian King, can they actually make a play for themselves? We see a guy at truck as well as one at A long, and Zesby might be going down anytime soon, and he is not going to go down. What a cover coming out there from Adrian King, and he is looking to take another person down as well, so that should be an easy bomb plant coming in there. But then 13 HP is what he has right now. A clutch from this kind of situation is going to be really hard, because he's going to get sandwiched upon by both the sides, because we see one person making his way from connectors, and with an AUG as well, so this is going to be really hard for him. He's not going to spot the guy who's making his way from toilet. The molly is going to make sure that he is going to get unsettled, but then a little bit of damage coming out there from Adrian King is not going to make sure that ZXC is going to go down, as he is going to take down Adrian King, and the defuse is going to be made out there, as we are going to see a successful retake coming out there for the CT side, and that's going to be the first time they are leading this map, and it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of them, and that's going to be a lot of money coming in their favor as well. But then they had made the plant the team side, so all is not lost for them. They can probably go for a buy or something like that, but a lot of good shots coming out there from the team side, especially the cover coming out there from Adrian King from the guy who was aiming his crosshair onto the guy who was at side from truck. So that was a good play, that was quite commendable, and I think the T side are looking to play it really safe right now, going on for pistols and not armor as well. Just a couple of flashes coming out there from the bomber who happens to be Ilib. So I think a B rush is probably cooking for executioners right now, but then we are going to look at we're going to look at a 3-man stack coming out there from Alter Ego Esports from B, and this is going to be really tricky out there, as we are looking at all the 5 people from the T side making their way on a B, and they could probably be rushing anytime right after the flash has been put out, and we are going to see the nade doing a lot of damage, and the spray coming out there from ZXC is going to make sure he's going to take about 3 people down, and Alessa is going to make sure that he is trying to get the rest as well, and even though there's just 2 people alive for the T side, they can probably be met upon by the guy who is making his way from T-base, who happens to be, I mean, not really T-base, but then from Park, who happens to be Woogie. He might even go for a push at this point of time, as they are left with no option than to play it safe, try to wait and make some time for themselves, and maybe try to go for a rotate or something like that, because it's going to be really hard at this point of situation for them to go for a plant, because they don't have utilities, and the way they are going onto site is not really going to help them out, because all the pathways to a B-side plant are pretty narrow out here. So even if he tries to go for a push or something like that, at least one of them will be going down, and there's no point of them going like that. And we are going to see Alessa, who's going to get one. He could probably get another one as well. The gun has been switched out there, and that is going to leave Sukamoto, who is going to take down Ilib. 2 rounds in the favor of Alter Ego Esports, and what a godly spray coming out there from ZXC with that AUG. He was almost about to take the 4th guy down, but then Zesby with that deagle was making sure that that was not the case. But then I would say it was an ideal pistol round coming out there from the T side, even though they were able to manage to take down just 1 person out there. It was pretty decent coming out there, because when you're going to look at their money, they have enough money to go for a full buy along with a lot of utilities, because a lot of them had around 3 grand already with them in the previous round before even, I mean, after they went for the deagle. And I think this is not really going to affect them in terms of their economy, but then getting rounds on board should be the priority at this point of time, because the amount of rounds which they are going to pile up on the T side will be really useful for them once the switch is going to be made. As you know, this is going to be it's going to be a CT-sided map. It's going to be really easy for the CTs to go and make the rotations and everything from A to B respectively. And I think that is something which Alter Ego Esports are having to their advantage, because both the times they were able to make the retakes, and a lot of good sound utility management was helping their case as well. As we are gonna see an A push coming out there from the guys from the T side. We see 3 people, including the bomber, making their way out there, but it's gonna be Woogie who's gonna get that first kill out there as usual, and he is going to give them some vital information that this might be an A. And look at that, we see the CTs running for their lives right now. They are trying to go for A right now, while we are going to look at the other people from the T side who are making their rotations back, as Ilib is going to get down Woogie, the guy who was making his way on A long. And look at that, they are actually going for the connectors, and probably they are scouting out for a B push or something like that, because we're going to look at the bomber as well as one more person making their way on the connectors, just waiting actually for Maze to make a call on there, as the fakes are being made out there by the guy who is at A, and Maze is going to spot one, and Forsmoke is going to make him pay, and Kud is making his way from B shot, but the molly is not really going to help his favor. But then Forsmoke with its superior spray is going to make sure that they are, I mean, he's going to get 1 more person, but then there's going to be 1 more person coming out there. Ilib is going to make sure that he's going to get taken down, and this is going to be a 2-on-3, but the bomb has been planted as well, so that's going to be not a lot of time for the CTs to make the rotations. But there is already a guy at water, and he's going to go go down as well, and this is now a 2-on-2 in favor of the Executioner side, because they made the plant, and the plant is pretty much going to be easy for them to go and make sure that they are not going to take a retake. But then the bot shot is going to make sure that Adrian King is going to take some kind of damage out there, and this is going to be a one-on-one Alessa against Adrian King, and he is going for the defuse, and Adrian King is going to make sure that this clutch is going to happen, and Executioners are going to get their second run in this game. What a play coming out there. Woogie, even though was able to get that first kill, he was being taken out there by that beautiful shot coming out there from Eiler, and Frostmob with that double kill out there. For the moment, I actually thought that they really did not have it at that point of time, because 4-on-2 is quite impossible, especially at a situation like that. But Adrian King, with the sheer power with him, was able to get that 2 kills from the AWP. One at Waters and the other as the guy who was diffusing, and that was making sure that they were able to get that round as well. So that's going to be some money coming in their favor. But then we are looking at the CT side, who are not really up to the mark in terms of their economy game, as we see about a Farmers, a couple of M4s, an AWP, as well as a CZ coming out there from ZXC. But one good thing is that they have about 3 kits, so a retake could be possible. Not a lot of utilities, however, so any kind of push coming out there from Executioners will not be really easy for Alter Ego Esports to handle, because just about 1 molly is all they have, so it's not really going to go.
It's probably going to be under Frostmock's care to, you know, make sure that they don't really go for the rush, because he has those offensive utilities, which, as you said, only 1 Molotov and 1 HE grenade. And
but the point is, when he is at A long, that's really not going to help his case, because when you're going to look at where you are going to put those mollies and all of that, we are actually going to see Frostmock as well as Woogie, who are making the push out there onto A long, and Woogie literally just going back to make sure site is secure, while we are going to see Frostmock making his way all the way onto the playground to see if there are any people, if there are any T-side players who are trying to make their way or make a rotation at this point of time. Because right now we see the T-side making their way on a B Kud, as well as Adrian King and Zes Brown are making their way on a B long, and we are going to see Kud, who's going to take down one. He's going to take down another as well, as Lesser is going to make sure he is going to get fitted out. Adrian King has already made it onto water, so this is going to be a pretty easy game for Executioner. This could be an easy round. 3-on-2 is going to be the situation right now, and so is the scoreline. But then the scoreline is going to be favoring Alter Ego Esports, so this is something which they can have as a cushion for them. Woogie has a clear rider. There is a guy at water, while Frostmock is making his way out there, but Eilib has not spotted him out, and that is going to make sure that Zesby is going to make sure that he is going to make get those kills out there and secure the round for them. This is going to be 3-3, and this is the type of quality of contest which I was expecting,
which you
from
would expect
both
in the
this
grand
team.
finals.
And also, rightly said, this is the grand final, and they are making sure that the hype is being defined with, because both these teams have been winning about a map each, and also the one map which they have. Exactly, even the rounds when you're looking
so back and forth.
Right from the previous map as well, we've been seeing the rounds go back and forth. The first map was not the case, however, but the second one and this one are proving to be the same case right now, as we are gonna see Kud, who has already made his way on a B side. That was a freebie coming out there from Alter Ego Esports, while they are stacking at B shot, which is quite questionable, because we see about 2 of them who are making their way out there, while a lot of others of them who are making their way on connectors, which is not really helping the case right now, because all of them are on pistols. They have bought pistols right now, no utilities for them, and all they need to do is try to find some weapons. And Zesby has already spotted out Sukamoto, and he's going to go down as well. So this is now a 5-on-3. Executioners, having not lost a single person out there, they seem to be in the driver's seat in this round, while we are going to see Frostmock, who's making his way out. Then he's going to go down as well, and it's going to be a lesser and Woogie, and make that just Woogie, because Alessa is going to fall as well. So Woogie, the only person alive for the CT side who is making his way out there onto Park, and he should be looking, he's actually going to be met upon by this guy out here who is at T-base, and who happens to be Adrian King. And I think in just about seconds we're going to see a kill out here in favor of that, but it's going to be Woogie who's going to spot him out from the A-shot side, and that's going to be Maze who's going to take him down with that Mactin. So that was a good round coming in their favor as well. So that's going to be lead for them, and that's going to be about 3 rounds in a row for Executioners. So they have got this back, they have got their things back, and they are looking to run away with this, because that's a good start coming out there from the T side, and a lead in...
I think this is going to be a buy round for the CT side right now, so
it should be a buy round,
yeah,
and because I really think that the T side who are... Oh, looks like it isn't, because...
I guess they want to save.
This is not quite it's not quite surprising because they don't have a lot of money for going on for armor as well, because this time they just compromise on their armor, just one of them having armor out there. So that's fair enough to not go for a full buy and just stay with pistols. But I think if this was the case, they could have just stuck with the USPs and the defaults in the previous round.
Possibly allowed them to get more utilities in the next round.
I mean, yeah, probably they could have done that in the previous round, but that clearly did not work out for them, as they thought that the stack would be working in their favor. That clearly did not. But then this is going to be a good round for Executioners should they push on to A, because we just see a couple of guys, one of them at connectors and one of them at A shot. So this is not a really ideal angle which a lot of people will be holding out, while we are going to see a guy who happens to be Zesby, who is at party. He's going to spot out the guys who are making their way on the connectors as well as the guy at A shot. But then we are going to see one person who is making his way on a side, and he's actually made his way on the side, and he can probably spot out the guy at toilet. And if he's going to do that, that would be a free A, and he's actually going to spot him, and it's going to be Woogie who's going to be the person who is going to get spotted, and his position is compromised, and the molly which is coming out is not really going to help his case, and he might get spotted upon by the Oppo. But no, it's going to be Adrian King who's going to take down Alessa, while Woogie is going to go down from the Oppo who was at party. And all of a sudden this is going to be a round which is going to go in favor of Executioners, but then that's going to be one gun coming in favor of ZXC, and I think this is the time where he's going to go for the save, but he might be met upon by Adrian King. But no, he's going to go down as well. So Forsmok is going to be the last person alive who is at party, probably trying to get some exits out there. All he has is a CZ, the only thing he can be saving, unless the guys from the T side decide to hunt him out and just go and fall into his trap. And I don't think that is going to be the case, because we see a couple of guys coming out there. So the possibility of a trade is much likely out here, and rightly said. But this time, there's nobody who's going to go down out there in that firefight between these three people. And that is going to be one more round coming in there for Executioners. So they have a firm control in this map, and probably in the number of rounds as well as the economy at this point of time, winning 3 rounds in a row and extending the lead to 3 as well. So it's just about time where we are going to see them getting more rounds in this, because right now everything's going in their favor. So this is about something they just need to wait and see how Alter Ego Esports are going to respond to that, because at this point of time they are going for a buy as well. So maybe even if they are going to lose this round, they might not be really dealt upon pretty harshly. But look at that, a rush coming out there from the T side. They're just blindly rushing, and it's actually giving them favors at this point of time. A couple of mollies coming out there from the CT side are going to make sure that is going to be delaying them. And all of a sudden, this is now a 3-on-1. Sukamoto with those beautiful 2 frags coming out there onto the T side is going to make sure this is going to be a 1-on-3. But Zesby is going to rally in front and take one as well, and the bomb is going to be right in front of him. That's going to be one more shot out there. Forsmok is actually going to do a lot of damage, and he is going to go down as well. What a play coming out there from Zesby. That is going to be a 1-on-3 coming out there from Executioners. What a ballsy play coming out there. Even though they were going on head-on aggressive, they were going full-on aggressive, going on to P, just rushing without even spotting on people. But then Sukamoto, he was able to get those 2 kills and make sure this was this was going to be in their favor with a 3-on-1. But then Zesby with that beautiful shot with the op onto 2 guys who were at side, and then switching on to his AK and spraying the hell out of the last person. I thought Forsmok literally had that, because he had a superior angle, and not just the angle, but he had a lot of time to place those shots right on target. And the fact that he did a lot of damage to his teammate also made him pay for that round as well, as Executioners are going to get their 3rd round in a row, while this is going to be a pistol round coming out there for Alter Ego Esports, as we see about 4 CZs coming in along with the Deagle, and two of them without any armor as well, and no head armor bought by all the 3 people who have bought it, as we are going to see about 4 AKs as well as an AWP coming out there from Execution. Just look at the amount of money Zesby has. He's got about 11 grand with him, and also Maze with about 7, and all the others with just about more than 4,000. And that actually shows how sound Executioner strats and economy is at this point of time, as all they need to do right now is just make sure that they are not losing their focus and try to get more rounds, as they are anyways forcing these guys into a pistol round at this point of time. And Good is going to make sure that he's going to hit one more person out there, and this is now going to be a 5-on-2 in favor of Executioners. So make that a 5-on-1, because Adrian King is going to get one more kill out there. And Alessa, being the last person alive for Alter Ego Esports, is going to make sure he's just waiting and trying to get any pick out here so that they could probably get an AK or an AWP, maybe an AWP, because ZSB is making his way out there. Both of them are going to bot shots right now, but LS is going to get one. He could probably get another one as well, but he decides not to because just 2 HP is all he has. A couple of guys coming out there. A pre-fire coming out there from iLove is going to make sure that they are going to secure this round. 4 rounds as the lead for Executioners.
And this just looks to be going out of control for OLDBEAR Esports. Their deficit being 3 rounds previously has turned out into 4, so I guess the amount of rounds that Executioners are running away with, it feels like a little bit too much for them to handle later on. So OLDBEAR Esports, they have to make sure that they get something going for them, as we do see a timeout coming out from OLDBEAR Esports. So that is going to not really surprised right there. They need to figure out what kind of strategy they need to make over here because things are not really working out for them. And we do see a full buy round coming out for OLDBEAR Esports. Not really going to compromise on any of that. ZXC with that AWP, while the rest of them are going to be rolling with M4s, while Sukamoto is going to be going with the M4A1S. While Executioners, they have a lot of money to work with, so this is just like, I don't know, this is like a test round for them. They can manage to probably lose around 2 rounds and they can still be happy because they'll have enough money to full buy for the next 2 rounds possibly.
But I really don't think they will be in that intention, because in a map like this, the number of rounds you are getting on your T side, that's actually going to be a kryptonite, I would say, for the opponents, because that's really going to come back and bite them into the second half, because that's a lead which you really can't afford to do when you are starting on the CT side, because this is more like a CT sided map, and the number of rounds you're losing at the start is really going to be really hard for you to cope up with. And I think that is the same thing which will be going on the minds of OLDBEAR Esports, which is why they had gone for a timeout in the previous round. And let's actually see whether they have something in store. Can something different happen in this round courtesy of the timeout? And it's just about us to wait and watch, because we still have about 1 more minute to see what is going to happen. And as right now, this is going to be a 4-on-4, 1 op each for both these teams right now. About 3 M4s, while one of them is going to be an M4A1S, while 3 AKs out there for Executioners, while we see 3 people from B short right now for Executioners along with the bomber. So looks like they are going to execute a B as the counter flashes and smokes are coming out there from the CT side, but Adrian King is going to make sure that he's going to get one along with Kurt, and that is going to be a 4-on-2, and Kurt could probably get another one as well. A spray coming out there is not really going to find the target, as Forsmok is going to get one, and this probably could be a save coming in for the CT side as well. Not really working out for what for the CT side, not really what they expected, especially when it was a buy round, and they really don't have a lot of money as well. Probably pistols or SMGs could probably be the
They can
scene
probably
for them.
force it out. They can probably force out a bunch of SMGs. Maybe Woogie can go with a pistol armor or something like that. But yeah, as you said, we do see OLDBEAR Esports. Their defense game is not really working out well in this map right now. And it feels like whatever Executioners are doing, especially at the B side, it feels like they just can't defend it on their own. I feel like Executioners, their executes over at B is just a little bit too much for them to handle. And you saw it right there. That was a very cheeky kill by Woogie over there with that boost. But he did immediately get traded out right there by Adrian King. So not really surprised right now. And we are going to be getting into round number 12. And the deficit is going to be going to 5 rounds. And Executioners, just look at the amount of money they have, man. Like, I'm pretty sure that they're just saving it for the next tournament or something. Like, I don't really think these guys can, do anything wrong and get punished for it, because they have that much money left in their banks to go ahead for full buy maybe for the rest of the first half.
I mean, not really the same case for OLDBEAR Esports, however, because when you're going to look at that and then look at the money which Executioners have at the point of time, that really shows why they are not able to get those rounds on point, because the executions were not really working out for them, and that's quite surprising, because OLDBEAR Esports were able to outplay them in the first map as well, and also give a really good fight in the second one. But this is something which nobody would have expected at this point of time, and I really think that they wouldn't have expected this as well, the way things are going for them. As we are going to be heading back to this round right now, we see the bomb which is still at T-base. Well, we're going to see Sukamoto and Forsmok who are making their way on a B shot, and Adrian King is going to try to spot out one person, but no, he's actually not going to spot it out, as Sukamoto was not able to. He really did not want to go for that, I guess, because even though he had a really good
position, like
he was in a really good position, but then I think the fact that there was one more person who was Forsmok at that point of time, he wasn't able to step in front and give him cover. that really did not want him to take a risk. And look at that, Woogie could probably be met upon a couple of guys out there, Ileb as well as SB, and maybe one more person as well. So this is going to be really surprising, the boost coming out there, and this could probably be spotting out Zesby, and he is going to go down, and Ileb is going to make sure that Woogie is going to go down as well. There's going to be one person who is at site as well, and he could probably get taken out there. One more at Dumpster, and this is going to be a 4-on-3 for Executioners. They have Alter Ego Esports right where they want, and they are going to go for a plant at A as well. So this is going to be a round which might be going in their favor, but I don't think that is going to be the case. The Sukamoto is going to get one for him, and Alessa is inches away from getting another as well. And this is now a 3-on-2 all of a sudden, and this is going to be piling pressure onto Executioners. But Adrian King, being the cool head that he is, he's going to get one as well. 2-on-2 is the situation right now. The bomb has to be diffused at this point of time, and for Smoke, the only person with the kit right now, the smoke is being put out there, but this seems like this could be going in for their favor. But no, that's going to be a timely spray coming out there from Adrian King, and that is going to be a one kill coming in his favor, and that make that a couple of them, because both those kills out there were coming out there from the smoke, and he was able to get both those diffusers. And what a play coming out there from Executioners. Even when I thought that this was going right in favor of Alter Ego Esports right after this kill, especially when Alessa was able to get that kill on the bank, I thought this was going in their favor. But then it was Adrian King all the way in that round, because both the times when they were going for the diffuse, both of them had the kit, because one of them actually had the kit before the first diffuse, and when he actually died out there, he took the kit and went for the diffuse. So it was just about the timing game coming in there, which was helping Executioners, and that is why they are here right now. A 6-round lead coming out there. They look to close it really quick, as we are going to see a push coming out there from Forsmog. He can spot out 3 of them, including the bomber, and he's going to get a really good cover coming out there from Woogie, who is making his way from connectors, and this could go into a duel between both these people. But let's see how that's going to work out. We see Zesby, he's going to take the first frag as well. He could probably get another water play coming out there. There's one more at water as well. If he's going to spot him, he's going to go down as well. Sukamoto being the person out there, he's going to spot him. The Farmas is not going to do a lot of damage out there, and Adrian King is going to get one. The spray is not working out as well. The flick isn't, and this is going to be exchange of bot shots between both these people, and he's making his way. He is rotating, and he's going to get that kill as well, and this is going to force the T side making their way on to B long, which is quite surprising, because they really got the guys at B, while we are going to see Sukamoto, who's rotating all his way onto A,
Mind
which
games, man.
is what Executioners have been doing for the last few rounds. They have been playing Alter Ego Esports for a while right now, and Alter Ego Esports have no idea what is to come right now, as we see the bomber as well as both his teammates as they are making their way on a B. And this could be an easy plan, because let's face it, there's nobody at heaven as well. So even if they are going to make a plant, this is going to go in favor of Executioners. They have Alter Ego Esports right where they want them to have them, and this is going to be a plant as well. So 2-on-3 is going to be the situation, and a retake at this point of time is not really going to work out.
Wookie's going to be really mad at Sukamoto, because Sukamoto was actually defending B side, but since he did not spot out the bomb, which was dropped.
No, I really felt that this is something which they wanted to do from the start of the plant. I mean, from the moment where he spotted the couple of guys, because they pretty much know both of them are pretty low and just one kid between them, and they really didn't want to, fight it out, because look at their economy. They really can't buy anything in the next round, which is what they want to. So, and if they did want to go for the retake, and if they lost that round, that would have been an op going in favor of Executioners as well, which is clearly not what Alter Ego Esports want to do, because you see, this is about how they are playing and how they are trying to strat it out, and I think Executioners were literally toying with Alter Ego Esports. I think some kind of revenge for the first map, I would say. Just look at that. Adrian King was able to just toy around
with just styles on Forsmark right there, and I don't really know why Forsmark is doing the plays that he is. And look at Adrian King; he's just full on with that bank right now. He has around $16,000, and I don't think this can go any worse for Alter Ego Esports right now.
And I think I really feel that Adrian King as well as Ileb have been really instrumental in their lead right now, a 7-round lead for both of them. Adrian King with all those entry frags, look at that, a kill death ratio of 4, which is quite impeccable. He just died about 4 times, just 4 times in the entire match till now. And Ileb, who happens to be Bali, the coach of XCN, playing for their team, which is not their actual lineup, their coach playing for the team, I think some kind of standard or something. But the way he was able to adapt, the way he was giving out the calls, and I think that is something which is quite impeccable, which is quite, I would say, pretty good. I would say the way they have been getting those 7-round lead and all of that.
Well, we are going to be seeing how this is going to be working out right now. And Alter Ego Esports, they have a long way to go. An 8-round deficit against Executioners. And I don't really know if they can make this work out right now. They have somehow managed to, force out a couple of guns right there, squeeze out as much as possible from their bank. But it is not really going to be an ideal buy, as they do not have a lot of utilities, not as much as Executioners at least. And we do see Alessa and his friends, it looks like they're going to be stacking up over at B, and they're going to be making the rotation onto A right now. And this might just be a little bit too late, as Maze is going to be spotting out Fosmark right there. Fosmark is going to go down, and Alessa is soon to follow, as this is going to be a free A side right now. And we do see the rotations being made by the side of Alter Ego Esports from connectors, as a few people are going to be making their way onto bank. Vugi, I don't know what the hell he's doing over at B side, and I don't really think that Alter Ego Esports have got this round right now. Tsukamoto over at connectors trying to look for a kill or two. He will be able to get the kill onto Ileb right now, and let's actually see if he can, turn this into a bunch of exit frags or something, because he is certainly capable of doing that. Kura is going to be going through connectors, and look at that, he's just checking all the angles as much as possible. And Tsukamoto, he is going to be in a really good position, but no, he is going to be spotted out by Kura, and he is going to go down, and that is just going to leave Vugi saving that AWP for himself. And yeah, things are just going all downhill for Alter Ego Esports, and Executioners, they are looking to just close down the series by winning this map. And if they do win this map, that is going to be them winning this tournament, because as you said, since they came from the upper bracket, they have that one map advantage, and they only have to win 2 maps in this series, this best of 5 series, and they can go home as happy men. And we are going to be seeing Executioners, they are just going balls on crazy right now. Maze is just rushing over at A short, and he might be able to get a bunch of entries right here, but no.
I mean, not really, because it's just one person who happens to be falling back to A side as well, because he's the only one who's guarding A side, which is going to be really hard for him, as we see one more person making his way from connectors, also throwing the molly, making sure that Good is going to get a lot of damage through that. And we see the T side who are making their way on A long, while the CTs are making their way onto A side as well. Tsukamoto just guarding out connectors, making sure that there aren't any rotations coming in or any backstabs coming in from them, as we are going to see a slow game coming out there from Executioners, while Maze is making sure that he is able to spot out the guy from A side. And they still have about a minute, so they can probably play it out really safe or something like that, as they still have a lot of utilities along with them. While we are going to look at Alter Ego Esports, just about a couple of farmhouses in AUG and M4 as well as in AWP, which is going to be quite intriguing to see how they are going to defend this side, because we're going to see about 3 people who are making their way on A, while a couple of them are just 1 person at B. And also we actually see Tsukamoto, who was connectors, making his way all the way from T-base, and he's actually going to go for the backstab. And ZXC is going to get one out there, and he's going to get one out onto his head as well. And we are going to see ZSB getting the guy at truck, and the guy who is making his way from bank is going to get taken out as well. And we are going to see Tsukamoto, the guy who actually went for the backstab, he's going to get one, but ZSB is going to make sure that he is going to get traded out. Vugi is going to get one with the AWP, and all of a sudden this is going to be a 2-on-1. Fosmark has spotted out Vugi, ZSB, who was going on to truck, and 34 HP is all he has. He is an AWPer who is going to get sandwiched out, but then he's going to make sure that Fosmark is going to hit him out, as Tsukamoto, with the damage he had been giving some time ago from the backstab, is going to make sure that they are going to end this half with at least a win on that round, and a lot of rounds to cover for them in the T side, which is going to be really hard. That is going to make their life a little bit miserable if XCN tend to get about 2 or 3 more rounds. And I think the match could be decided in the first 2 rounds of the second half, because if you're actually going to see about the CT side getting about a couple of rounds post the pistol round, that would be it. I think from that point of time, from that situation, Alter Ego Esports bringing it back onto an overtime or even forcing it out for a win is going to be really hard, because practically the momentum is going in the favor of Executioners, and they have no idea how to stop that. And just look at that, we see about a connector and A push coming out there from the T side. We see about 4 people making their way onto connectors. The bomb is going to be with Alessa, who happens to be at B long, right outside T spawn. And this will be quite intriguing to see how this is going to pan pan out, we see about 3 people. We actually see about 4 people stacking at B, and we also see the people from connectors trying to make their way on a B as well. They're not still decisive on what they want to do at this point of time, because the bomber who is at B long could probably be giving out the call out that they might be going on to B, because if he's going to go down right now, this will be a round going in favor of Executioners. And I think Good has already spotted out a guy near T-spawn, so this could be a firefight between both these teams right now. Sukamoto is going to join the party along with all the 4 people who are making their way on a B shot. As they are making their way on along, it's going to be Isla who's going to get the first kill out there. Lesser is going to make his way outside after taking out 1 kill out there. There is a guy at Barrel, he's going to take down 1, and Zesby is going to go down as well. Forsmark with that double kill from the Glock, and he is going to make sure this is going to be a 2-on-1 right now. The bomber is going to make sure the bomb is going to get planted right now, as Maze is going to be the last person surviving for Executioners. And let's see how that's going to be right now. And
yeah, this is going to be very confusing right now, as Alter Ego Esports, they are going to be reclaiming the first round of the second half, and maybe, you know, this might be the start of the momentum shifting just a little bit towards them. But as you said, this is really a CT-sided map, and Executioners having the upper hand right now. They are probably gonna have a lot more, you know, that little bit of a cushion right there. They can probably lose 2 rounds consecutively, and after that, once the third round of the second half comes in, they can probably, you know, get going with the full buy. But we do see Alter Ego Esports, they are going to be forcing it right now. We do see Forsmark, he's not really forcing out his buy completely. He only has a Mac 10 and a bunch of utilities right there, so I guess he is just trying to farm up as much money as possible. And look at Adrian King, his positioning right now is gonna be pretty good right here, but it might not be the most ideal, as we do see Forsmark, he's gonna be getting 2 kills right now. Maze and Zesby are gonna be going down, so that is gonna be a 5 versus 3 situation coming up, and Forsmark and his friends are gonna be pushing ahead. Alessa is gonna be spotting out the guy over at the toilet area, and we do see one more guy going down at a short, and this is going to be a 5 versus 1 situation, as Kud is going to be forced to defend A site all out on his own. Tsukamoto is just going to be missing him by a hair split, but no, he's just going to be spraying through that and gets the wall bang onto Kud, and that is going to be a clean execute by the side of Alter Ego Esports. So maybe the comeback scenario might be real for Alter Ego Esports, and Executioners, they're just losing it here and there, and it looks like they are going to be going for a timeout right now. Not really surprised, losing those 2 rounds right off the bat. They are going to be getting their full buy right now, since this is the 3rd round of the second half, and probably they want to make sure that they got their strats right, and they want to close this as soon as possible, because if they do give Alter Ego Esports any more room to, you know, gather up their momentum, it is going to be quite a hard ordeal for them to deal with, as the pause is going to end. The round is going to start in a bit, and ladies and gentlemen, if you actually have any, you know, say on who is going to be winning this game, go ahead and leave a comment down below, because this is looking to be quite amazing. A huge deficit for Alter Ego Esports to actually close, and Executioners
But I really
ID,
feel these guys have the you know, the talent to, you know, get it on course for them, because the way they have been playing the previous maps was showing their sheer power and prowess for them to try to get those rounds on board, and which is what they had been doing in the last 2 maps. And I think they can probably try to get this as well, because as you see, they had won the first 2 rounds on to the pistol as well as the next round. So I think they have the momentum going in their way. The boost coming out there from Kun is going to spot out the guys who are making their way on a B long, but there is just one person out there. While we are going to see the connector as well as B shot and B long control coming out there from the T side, but just look at that. We see about 3 guys making their way out there onto A, which is quite questionable, because all of them are right next to each other, and it makes no sense out there. And the boost coming out there is probably going to help him spot out people. One of them watching it from heaven is going to make sure that that is going to be one more person who is going to go down. It's going to be Alessa who's going to get that first frag onto them, but Ilub is going to make sure that Alessa is going to go down as well, and this is going to be a 4-on-4 all of a sudden. The bomb has been planted, however, so that was really quick. That bomb plant was too quick for someone to spot that out, I would say, as ZXC, iLib as well as Zesby are right next to each other, just the wall between them, and Zesby is going to get one, and that is going to leave ZXC's position compromised, and that's going to be Maze who's going to get that, and all of a sudden this is going to be a 1-on-4. He's making his way right on to that, and that is going to be the round coming in favor of Executioners. They needed this round, and they finally got that after 3 rounds coming in their favor. And one lucky thing is that I really don't think they actually got it.
Well,
I mean, for a moment I really
did.
thought they didn't have a kit and it was going to be pretty hard for them to go for it, but it was
They had
lucky.
enough time. They had enough time, and it felt like, you know, Executioners, they were not really trying to make the defense happen. They were gunning for the retake scenario, and once the retake scenario did take place, once the bomb was planted from Alter Ego Esports, they executed that retake so perfectly. They had that boost going for them near the graffiti area, making sure that they got that easy frag. And once they knew, okay, there is going to be a guy over at the back of waters who's going to be defending that, he made sure that he got that kill pretty easily. And the last guy left, Tsukamoto, with that Galil, really could not make that work. And we are going to be seeing round number 19 right now, and a 6-round deficit for Alter Ego Esports, but still a full buy scenario for them, so we can't really count them out of this game just yet. And we are going to be seeing a boost attempt coming from the side of Rocky.
Oh, but then it's going to be Adrian King who is going to come out of the smoke. The smoke criminal is going to strike again. 2 kills coming in his favor, and that is going to be a trade coming in, but that proves to be too costly for them, because right now they are into a 4-on-3 right now, and Alessa and his teammates are going to retreat out there. But even if they are going to go on to connectors, they would be met upon by Maze. So this is not really a good and ideal situation for Alter Ego Esports, because Maze is going to make sure that he is going to spot out people out there who will be coming out from connectors, and ZXC looks to be the first victim who might be heading his way, as Kud is going to make sure that he is not going to go down as well, but it's going to be Maze, like I said, who is going to take down ZXC, and this is now going to be a 3-on-2 in favor of Executioners. Not really the ideal thing which Alter Ego Esports were looking for. Alessa with 100 HP, but then Tsukamoto just with 4 HP and not a lot of utilities, just a molly with him, and along with his teammate who's got a smoke as well as a flash with him, and looks like they are making their way back onto connectors, and probably they are going for a B as well, but this is not something which is
They
going to
just
work out for
rotate
them.
around. I mean, I'm not really surprised. Maybe they were just trying to waste some time trying to make them think they were going to be going for an A, but no, there is going to be Executioners, iLib, and one more of his friend defending B side, and they will be able to get those 2 easy kills.
Just
But as we
look
said,
at that. He just came out of the smoke and sprayed a couple of guys out there. I mean, I really thought that one of them who was about to boost them should have been looking at me shot, because that's some place where usually a lot of people will be, you know, coming out of the smoke, trying to put a pop flash and trying to get those kills out there, which was literally the case out there. And I'm really surprised how they were not able to see that coming, as we are going to see Alter Ego Esports right now with just their default pistol, just one of them, a couple of them with P250s and a deagle coming out there from Forsmog, as this is going to be really a hard round for them to get in their favor, because we're going to look at a split coming out there from all the 5 people, not all of them sticking together, which is quite ideal when you're coming on to a pistol round, especially when you're at the T side, which clearly is not the case what Alter Ego Esports are doing at this point of time. 13-6 is the score. Execution is just 3 rounds away from winning this tournament and this map, and let's see how that's going to work out. We see Maze going to take the first kill on to Tsukamoto, while we are going to see ZXC as well as Alessa making their way on toilet. And this is going to be one more kill out there, and Zesby is going to get one as well. This is going to be a 5-on-2 in favor of Executioners, not something which Forsmoke and Vugi would have been expecting heading into this round. The bomb has been dropped as well, and Maze is making his way towards his right, and he is going to get spotted out by Forsmoke, the last person surviving from his team. But no, Maze is going to make sure he's going to get that. Executioners just 2 rounds away from winning this, and 1 round away from match point. Alter Ego Esports have a lot to do at this point of time, but the one thing which is slipping away from them is their momentum and the number of rounds which are in deficit for them, as they are really not, you know, focused at this point of time, is what I feel from the way they have been playing.
I wouldn't be surprised,
because the last 2-3 rounds we saw them make silly errors, and which are something we really didn't see from them in the first 2 maps. And I think a loss of focus, or maybe the morale factor coming in, which is not really going the way of Alter Ego Esports, is going to be one of the factors, which is why they are not getting those rounds. They're not getting those rounds where they should have been getting rounds, I would say.
And we do see 3 people from the side of Alter Ego Esports. Okay, make it 4. No, make it 5 right now, as they are going to be stacking up near the B long area. They are going to be going for a split. Okay,
they're actually going for a rush coming out there onto B long, but it's going to be Ilem and Good who are going to get those 2 kills. Ilem's going to get another as well. He's going to get traded out there from Forsmog. He's going to get 2 kills out there. 2-on-3 is the situation right now. Can they actually clutch it? 2 of them coming out there from connectors as well as the outer part of connectors. Just 1 person at B. If they want to go on for a beat, this should be the time. They're wasting a lot of time out there, and they are gonna get paid if they are gonna waste more time out there. There's gonna be both of them who are making their way out there. The bomber is going on to P side. Vugi is gonna make sure that he is gonna rotate onto A. That's a smart move coming out there, making sure that they are buying a lot of time for the plant, as well as the backstab coming out there, as we see Zesby as well as 1 more person making their way from 2 different places, and Zesby almost about to catch the other person on guard. But look at that, Vugi making his way on a B again. What a play coming out there. He is gonna make sure he's gonna go on a B as well, but then there is gonna be actually both of them from A are gonna make sure that they are gonna try to spot out him if he's at A or not. But then this is a really good play coming out there from Alter Ego Esports, something which I did expect from them, but not at this point of time, not so late into the game. And we are gonna see both the people from Executioners making their way onto Heaven right now to see if Maze as well as Zesby, if they can try to take this out. The smoke coming out there is going to stop the guy from B shot to come outside. The molly is going to stop them as well. So this is going to be really, oh my god, this is going to be something which is going to go into their favor. And what a play coming out there from Vugi. He clutched this right from nothing. What a round coming in from Alter Ego Esports, something which they were looking forward to a few rounds ago, and finally they got it at this point of time. Especially the play going on to A, coming back onto B, and right in time for the bomb plan. And just look at that, he was able to get outside the smoke, especially when both these guys from the CT side were making on to B long. And this is, I think, something positive coming out there from Alter Ego Esports. Can they actually get this moving for them? Because that's one round which got them some money for them to buy some AWP and also some AKs coming out there. But Vugi is going to get a couple of them right now, and it's actually Adrian King who's going to get one, and ZXC is going to go down as well. And this is going to leave us into a 5-on-4 situation at this point of time. 4 M4s coming out there from the CT side, while 1 AWPer who happens to be Zesby. Look at that, Adrian King trying to make that sneaky play, but he's going to get taken out there by Sukamoto, the AWPer of Alter Ego Esports. We see all the 4 people making their way onto B shot, connectors as well as B long. They are looking forward for a B push, I guess, because we are looking at all the 4 people from Executioners not even moving a muscle away from toilet. Not something which I was expecting from Executioners, because usually you see a guy who is going to make the rotations coming out there, the flank coming out there from one of their players, which is clearly not being seen in this round, probably because they are 1 man down, and all they need to do right now is just make sure that they are guarding the sides, because Vugi is just left with 1 HP, and that clearly is not going to help his case. Just 1 nade away from dying, and it's quite lucky that he was not caught by that nade. The flash coming out there, not really finding anyone at home, and let's see whether they can actually push it out, because 35 seconds is all they have. If they want to go for a nade, this is not going to be the time. The smoke coming out there is really going to make sure that Sukamoto is going to get 1, but Good is going to get a couple of them. He might even get a 3rd, but no, it's going to be Forsmog again with a double kill coming out there for his favor. I mean, just 1 kill coming out his favor, 2 kills coming out there for his team's favor. Vugi going to be 1 person, which is 1 HP, and he is trying to bait it out, and he's got to go and make the plant. He doesn't have a lot of time coming out there, just 14 seconds, but then one good thing to their advantage is that there's just 1 person coming right in front of him, and I think this is going to be a round coming in favor of them. And there's just 1 person right behind him, and Zesby is going to make sure he is going to get this round for them. Executioners are moving on to match point. A lot of time being wasted out there by Vugi, which is going to make sure that Executioners were able to get that round. Sneaky play coming out there from the guy who was at B side, who made it all the way from Graffiti, which is quite a good play coming out there from him. Just look at that, he made his way from Heaven. He just jumped right when this fight was happening, and he made sure he was just sticking right next to the site to see if the bomb is going to get planted. And this is going to force Alter Ego Esports into 3 pistols, a Galil as well as a UMP. Not something which they were looking forward to. Zesby as well as his teammates are rallying up to see if they can spot him out. He is in a really good position. He's going to get 1, and that could be probably 3 people making their way onto short and long as well, while the bomber is still at B long. And this is going to be really interesting to see what they have in store, because if the bomber is going to go down, that could be the end of the road for Alter Ego Esports. But then we are going to see all the 3 of them who are making their way onto A. They're making their way onto A long. A couple of them are going to get spotted out there by Maze. Maze is going to get one, and he is falling back onto WC. And can he actually get the rest of them? He knows that there are a couple of guys out there. He is looking at Party at this point of time, as Zesby is going to make his way on a fountain to see if there are any people out there at A long, and Maze is going to get one, and this is about time, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of them remaining, but then this is going to be Kud who is going to make sure that he's going to get one as well. Are we going to see it? Is Executioners going to get this win right now? 1 person remaining. Forsmog with the impossible right now. He's going to get about 4 kills right now to get that round and make sure that they are going to stay alive for one more round. Can he spot him out? But no, it's going to be 1 kill, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of this tournament. Executioners, what a play coming out there. Maze was making sure that both those things were going in his favor, and what a tournament. And
you know, that was very cheeky at the end, because he was actually, I believe, was trying to do a 360 no scope. I believe he was actually going to do that, but sadly, you know, as he was trying to do that, the guy right behind him, he actually team killed him.
Oh yeah, I actually saw that. That happened to be Isla or Bali, their team's coach, and that really clearly, even though they were winning the match right now, it was pretty cheeky as well as funny to end it on a really good note, I would say. And what a play by both these teams. Executioners staying to their word, champions of this tournament, your winners of first shot with a 3-1 scoreline. Congratulations. And also, I'd like to give a huge round of credit to
OLDBEAR Esports and also other teams which have showed commendable performance, like Sky Esports. There was
Dark Horse. I would say all the teams which came out
to top 8,
and also the teams which are participated in this tournament as well, because 2 things. Everything starts with the participation, and even if you are just going to start playing CSGO, it's just about how you are going to start playing, which is going to help you out in the later stages. And who knows, you might even end up like one of these teams out here, making it to the top 8, or maybe even winning this tournament, because everyone started there. And I think it's always good to participate in the tournament irrespective of whether you're winning it or not. And with that being said, you guys have to actually subscribe.
Talking about winning, that is actually the winners for today's giveaway. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you actually missed the stream, we were giving away 2 $5 gifts. I'm going to be saying where, because we've actually given them out. So we are going to be announcing the winners for the 2 $5 Steam gift cards right now. And yeah, I'll get the drums rolling, so you go ahead and announce it, ladies and gentlemen.
Here you are, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the giveaway, Ben Dizzle and Harshit Bandari. Congratulations on winning the giveaway cards. And if you want to claim it, just feel free to drop a message onto our social media handles, and you will be claiming your gift cards as well. And with that being said, what a tournament this has been. It has been 2 weeks where we have been witnessing one of the top a lot of top SEA players out there, a lot of top teams coming out there, and also a huge shout out to all the 8 teams which took part in the playoffs, and also the 84 teams which took part in the tournament as well, because without you guys, and also the viewers who have been supporting us throughout the stream, because without all you guys, this wouldn't have been possible. And this will be the wrapping up of the first ever First Shot CSGO tournament hosted by us for the SEA region. And let me tell you, there will be more to come as well in the future. So all you need to do, if you want to participate in that, just get to the like button, tag your friends to it, subscribe to our social media handles, our Instagram as well as our YouTube channel, to stay updated and make sure that you are not going to miss this. And I think this was a really good tournament.
This was an amazing tournament, man. I mean, like, don't please say just nice. Like, it was amazing. It was one of the most amazing tournaments which I have ever seen. And especially the Southeast Asian talents, like when they started showing off all of their skills right here, it was one of the best things which I could have ever seen. And that was quite an amazing.
Speaking about amazing, I also want to commend our runner-ups of the tournament. They really played out really well. The first match which they took part in the playoffs, they went down 16-6 to MYNZ, and ever since that, they really never looked back. They just went balls out blazing, getting all those wins out there in the lower bracket, and eventually making it to the finals. And they literally were the only team which actually brought down a map for Executioners, our eventual winners of the tournament.
I feel like
Esports, a huge shout out to all you guys as well. And I'm really intrigued.
I feel like if they actually played Train a little bit earlier in this best of 5 series, they could have actually had a chance, because I still believe to this day that these guys have not dropped a game in train in this
I mean,
tournament.
yes,
And
maybe in case we had witnessed train instead of overpass, we could have seen something different.
Something different.
But not taking anything away from executioners, they just prove that why they are one of the top contenders for this tournament, and also they were the favorites before even the tournament started, and they really lived up to their name as well. Even though a lot of teams gave a really good run for their money. Notably Alter Ego Esports as well as Dark Horses, who came this close to winning it against them. And I think with that being said, this has been a really eventful tournament, and I'm really waiting to see when the next one is going to be, so that I'll be putting my hands on to cast on to the next set of games which will be coming out. Yeah, hands on out here.
All right,
casting it out here.
I guess if that is a metaphor for you guys, go ahead and leave a comment down below. Not a metaphor for me, but still, I'm still going to be using it. Let's keep our hands on and start casting more games of CSGO, more other games also, because those are going to be coming up from Playtonia. So go ahead, as my friend said, just follow us on all our social media IDs, and yeah, I guess that's about it.
I mean, yes, we will be signing off for this tournament. It has been a pleasure hosting and casting it for y'all, and we'll be actually leaving you with the highlights of the final match between Executioners as well as Alter Ego Esports, while we will be looking for y'all, looking forward for the next tournament as well. As this is Tangenberg, also known as Sriram, Vishaal.
And this is OLDBEAR, also known as Siddarth, Prashanth, and we are going to be signing off right now.
my friend. I am tired of this stock AK, man. But it still does the job though, right? Yes, I know. But I want to look cool, you know? Why don't you just go to Playtonia.com, man? Play what?